Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Access. My notes say Access 2019. That can't be right. Access 2021. Um, I first like to acknowledge I'm joining you from Vancouver Community College in Vancouver on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Many of our organizers live and work here. And so let's all just reflect on the actions we can take towards reconciliation and decolonization in every day, in organizing this conference, in the work we do in libraries. Sorry, Eka, I don't know what time it is time anyway. It's very philosophical. Let me just check my notes here. First, I'd also like to acknowledge the BC Libraries Cooperative for their ongoing support, and a special thank you to OCLC for sponsoring the Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture on Friday. That will be Laura Tribe from Open Media. I'd be very excited to hear her speak. And I'd also like to thank the members of the Access 2021 Organizing Committee. That'll be myself, Shannon, Tim, Rebecca, Alex, Cynthia, Adrienne, Eka, and also, of course, Scott Leslie from the BC Libraries Cooperative, who has been helping us with our books. I'd also like to recognize and thank all our volunteers. I'm not sure if this list is this list. I'm going to read this list. Jeff Carter, Ali Foster, Mike Groendijk, Jordan Hale, Christy Hurl, Amy Patterson, Ruby Warren, and Lydia Zivi Nitseva. I'm sorry. I'm bad at pronouncing things. So for today, just a few housekeeping reminders. Please continue to submit your ideas for Hackfest project through the website. Someone can paste that link to where we're submitting Hackfest projects in the chat. That would be great. We have various social events. So today in our breaks, we have lots of quality content featuring the Alex Garnett from Simon Fraser University. It's almost Halloween, so at our breaks at 10:10 and 11:45, Alex will attempt to install spooky software from the past. And then at the end of the day, Alex has planned a brief workshop on meditation. We also have our workshops tomorrow. You can still sign up for those. There's plenty of room at 10 a.m. on Jekyll, the static site builder, and at I think 1 o'clock. These are Pacific times, of course. At 1 o'clock, regular expressions. So without further ado, I'm going to just queue up our first presentation is pre-recorded. So if you'll just give me a moment.
James, do you want me to start introducing the first presenter while you're getting it queued up?
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. So welcome, everyone. My name is Christy Hurl. I'll be the moderator for the next couple sessions this morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Our first lightning talk is called Virtual Instruction Delivery, Workshops and Consultations. It will be presented by Philani Sanairikone, who works as the biomedical data librarian at the University of Miami Libraries. She provides consultations on data analysis and visualization. In addition, she conducts several workshops covering data analysis software. So just take it away, pre-recorded Philani.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining my presentation today. My name is Philani Sanairikone and I work as the biomedical data librarian at the University of Miami Libraries. Today I will be talking about some tips to help you with virtual instruction delivery and consultations. I teach data analysis and visualization workshops. Pre-COVID, these workshops were conducted in a lab setting. Due to COVID, we moved to the Zoom platform. During some sessions, we just did demonstrations of the software. In other workshops, the attendees followed our instructions and worked on the scripts or coding with us. These workshops were more challenging. Since everyone's working in real time, we had to do a lot more troubleshooting. In the next few slides, I will talk about steps we took to mitigate issues we faced with online instruction delivery. When conducting a workshop, we must not assume that all the attendees have the same resources. If the attendees had dual monitors, they could open Zoom on one screen and open the work environment on the other screen. What if they are working with one screen? You can ask the attendees to exit the Zoom's full screen and resize the windows so they can have multiple windows visible. This allows them to see the instructor's screen and follow the instructor and work in their workspace. Software installation is a challenge at virtual workshops. Provide clear, detailed instructions with screenshots to download and install the software. It is important to have a Zoom session in advance of the workshop to troubleshoot any issues with software installation. You can use Box or Google Drive to share data files and scripts. We were faced with challenges in achieving online instructional engagement, such as managing Zoom logistics and external collaborative documents. Zoom chat can be used as the primary chat platform. External chat and collaborative documents like Google Doc or Etherpad can be useful. Sometimes it is difficult for the instructor to monitor the chat. In this case, you can assign a helper. The learners can privately message the helpers. If a lot of learners are facing the same issue, you can take the time to address the issue to the whole group. Always use frequent breaks for questions. For example, you can have a break after introducing a new topic to make sure everyone's on track. Breakout rooms can be used to manage questions during the session. Breakout rooms remove learners from the main room, so it is important to help them catch up. If you are carrying out an activity in a breakout room, the learners are unable to access the main room chat. This is a good time to use a collaborative document or an external chat platform to communicate. Please introduce the Zoom features you plan to use. Information retention can be challenging in a virtual workshop. You can address this issue by troubleshooting as a group, repeated recall of information, and simplifying and logically streamlining the content. You can use options in the participants bar in Zoom to indicate the status of completing a task. There are various options offered by Zoom to improve security. Please use them. And do not forget to turn off notifications from your emails and chats to limit distractions. When teaching a software like R or Tableau, you navigate the menu items. It helps the participants to follow the cursor if you increase the size and change the color. Zoom has a spotlight option, you can use that. And some software allows you to zoom in the view or the working environment. Don't forget to use that feature for better accessibility. My last slide is on consultations. I used Microsoft Bookings to schedule the appointments and conducted the consultations via Zoom. I think moving the consultations to a remote setting was more efficient. The patrons now do not have to commute, and I find it easier to share my screen and explain or answer questions. It is more flexible to schedule follow-up appointments. And that is all I have for you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thilani. We do have some time for questions. So if people have questions, feel free to use the Q&A feature in Zoom or use the chat, or you can pop your questions into the communal document. Just give folks a moment. All right, I am not seeing any questions so far. Oh, so Sharon is asking if you could talk a little bit more about how you went about booking consults.
Yeah, so for that I used Microsoft Bookings. So the best feature for me using Microsoft Bookings is that I can set up.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I can set up my schedule, like my availability based on my preferences. Like, for example, I can, if I don't want to start a consultation at 8, I can always limit the hours that I'm available. And when we use Microsoft Bookings, as soon as a booking is made, I get a notification and it's added to my calendar right away. So I have that available. So after that, what I do is I normally, when I get closer to the appointment, I send them a Zoom invite and then connect with them via Zoom.
Thanks. I was wondering, I know in my own experience, one interesting thing about pandemic instruction has been that we've seen increased attendance at online events. And I was wondering if that was the same at Miami.
Yeah, I agree with you because I mainly do consultations for the medical campus, and I try to accommodate their schedule because they're always very busy. So I normally teach from 5:30 to 7. So I know after work it's a difficult time to attend even though you are free. So taking these workshops remotely did help with the numbers because now you can go home and at your own comfort you can attend. I mean, I don't expect them to have the video on if they are busy with something else. So yeah, I think that definitely the numbers went up. I think even for consultations I saw that.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to leave it open for any additional questions for just one moment. Otherwise, we will move on to our second pre-recorded lightning talk.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Thilani. Okay, so our next lightning talk comes to us from 4 librarians from the United States, University of New Hampshire, and the presentation has been recorded by Eugenia Opuda, who is the Health and Human Services Librarian and Adjunct Instructor in the Doctor of Nursing Practice Program at the University of New Hampshire. Her research interests focus on library instruction, evidence-based practice, and empathy in library space. And her co-presenters are Megan Bresnahan, Benjamin Peck, and Elizabeth Fowler. So I'll let you start that presentation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eugenia Opuda. I am presenting on behalf of my co-authors, Megan Bresnahan and Liz Fowler from the University of New Hampshire, and Ben Peck from the University of Southern Maine. We will be talking about a project developing learning modules for empathetic library services and improved user experience. Our project team consisted of library workers as well as academic technology, and the Empathy Project essentially is an interactive online training module within Canvas. It consists in part of case studies, self-assessments, and reflections, and ultimately the aim is to improve user experiences by reducing barriers to seeking help. We designed them to be transferable so that others may reuse and adapt the modules as needed. Academic technology assisted with accessibility considerations and effective online learning, but we also hired a social justice consultant, Sophia Leung, who had a large hand in shaping some of the Empathy Project content, as well as a social justice acting troupe called Power Play, who helped film our case studies. The project stems from this idea that library workers who engage with users in an empathetic way can help decrease stress and anxiety and increase a sense of value and acceptance and belonging in our spaces. Ultimately, we believe that empathy can help improve the user experiences, both interpersonally, but also through technology, through our policies, and through our physical and virtual spaces. It's crucial for us to comprehend and minimize the effects of visible and invisible trauma, especially to marginalized communities. It's important for us to understand that our policies and staff makeup, our technologies, our engagement with others may be informed by implicit biases and power and our privilege, and they impact our face-to-face experiences as well as our virtual experiences. We created 9 case studies for the Empathy Project, and they're a mix of face-to-face interactions as well as examples of how library technology systems, automated tools, and policies create barriers for user engagement. In each case, we examine interactions at face value, but we dive a little bit deeper into exploring unspoken thoughts, particularly of marginalized users, and explore their feelings and needs. But we also explore power dynamics and how that can be demonstrated in each of these interactions. This example illustrates a transgender user trying to set up a research profile. This should be a simple and straightforward process, but their experience is traumatic and difficult, in part because the research profile system does not allow them to change their name. So in this example, you see that this student has circled areas where their former name or their dead name is showing and that they cannot change. And so they reach out to a library worker to help them make these changes. However, it can be very uncomfortable. It can out a student or a library user to reach out to ask about these changes. And so it explores the ways that we create systems, create services, and maybe create policies with certain users in mind, but alienate others intentionally or unintentionally. Fortunately, we were able to launch 2 online cohorts of this online training at the University of New Hampshire, and we have an online cohort scheduled for the University of Southern Maine this winter. We are currently actively collecting data, and we will be analyzing that data once we are wrapped up with our cohorts. And that data will help to inform a larger project that was funded by the Institute of Museum and Library Services. This larger empathy project is essentially the same with the similar goal of improving user experience, but it expands beyond the academic library context and focuses on museums and libraries around the country. And the emphasis is on improving museum and library visitor experiences. Thank you so much for your time listening to this presentation. My colleague is presenting a longer version of this and discussing some of the major challenges that we faced while creating this project, and that will be held on Thursday. Thank you so much. We hope you can make it to our next presentation as well.
Thank you, Eugenia and co-authors. I will just give folks a moment to put any questions or comments into the chat or the Q&A or the community notes document. I'm wondering about the experience of working with consultants for this project, if any of you would care to talk a little bit more about that.
Christy, I think that Eugenia maybe can't unmute herself. She might be marked as a presenter. But I can speak a little to that while Eugenia's tech is addressed. I haven't worked as closely with the consultants, but it's just been enormously beneficial to work with many of them so that we are able to broaden our expertise beyond just our local context. And I think that the training and the impact on the library workers has been better because of it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think I attended as an attendee and not a presenter, so I apologize for my tardiness sharing my screen. But we understand that the majority of our team is white and we're all college educated. We all come with different types of privileges and experiences that our library users may not have. And so by hiring external consultants helped us really frame and refocus our goal on the user experience, and really helped us shape that content to validate some of the marginalized experiences, but also to help us really be mindful of how to use user strengths and focuses when we talk about barriers and challenges. So it was really quite a learning experience, I think, for us throughout the process, as well as it was for the people who participated in the training. Great, thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any additional questions coming in, so I think we can move to our next lightning talk. We're really trucking along here this morning. So our next lightning talk is from Mark Eaton. Mark Eaton is a reader services librarian and associate professor at Kingsborough Community College at the City University of New York. He works on the library's website and electronic resources to support Kingsborough students, faculty, and staff. And Mark will be speaking about the challenges, curiosities, and consternations of running a Twitter archive for your college. Thank you, Mark.
So hi, I'm Mark Eaton. I'm a reader services librarian at Kingsborough Community College at the City University of New York. I'm here today to talk to you about our library's experience running a Twitter archive. So we have been running a Twitter archive since 2015, which is a really long time ago in web archiving years. And our intention has been to capture tweets about our college. We thought this might be useful for future researchers. We thought it might even be useful for current faculty and administrators. So our library has a small physical archive with an interesting collection, but we wanted to supplement this with our first born digital collection. We weren't exactly sure how digital archives would work, but we thought we'd give it a try. To be clear, I'm not an archivist. My original intention was to present this with my colleague, Jeffrey Delgado, who is an archivist and could speak much more knowledgeably about the archival side of this project. But he couldn't be here today, unfortunately, so I'm going to focus on the technical side of our archive and how it has been run. So this has been my purview since the start. It's been an interesting technical journey. It's not easy to keep an archival script running consistently for many years. That's one of the first things I learned. And there are reasons for this. Twitter itself has changed. So we're now on version 2 of the Twitter API, which is substantially different than version 1. And other things happen, like, for example, Twitter changed the allowed length of tweets from 140 to 280 characters in 2017, and that broke our database. Anyways, the archival tools that we use also change. So this is not only archiving software, but also the underlying operating systems that those archival tools rely upon. So here's a brief history of our archive. I'm going to go over each of these incarnations really briefly. We started off running a script called Twark, which is a tool built by Ed Summers at the University of Maryland. It was fairly new at the time. It's now run by an organization called DocNow. And Twark worked really well, even in this early form. The problem was with this setup was that we were running it on a service called SDF.org. And SDF.org is a hobbyist community. They have this retro web aesthetic that you can see here. The infrastructure is shared with all the other SDF members, which wouldn't be a problem, except that SDF members as a group love to break things and fix things, which means that this is not the most reliable infrastructure. So it was hard to keep our script up and running all the time. The result was that I moved us to another archiving tool called TCAT, which stands for the Twitter Capture and Analysis Toolkit. It's made by the Digital Methods Initiative out of Amsterdam. It is made to run as a server, which you can run on an Amazon Web Services EC2 instance. So it's pretty easy to get your archiving server up and running in the cloud. And as a bonus, you get a nice web interface where you can give TCAT accounts to people in your organization. This is their page on GitHub. It worked well, but it might have been a bit of overkill for our simple use case. The problem came when Twitter announced version 2 of their API. To date, to my knowledge, TCAT doesn't have a roadmap to migrate to version 2. So we moved back to Twork, but now we run it on a service called Python Anywhere, and Python Anywhere is also a cloud service. It's actually a friendly wrapper around Amazon Web Services for Python programmers, and it features always on tasks, which are scripts that will run constantly. So no need to worry about restarts or things like that. This was exactly what we needed. And it's been working great. I don't think it will be a permanent solution. It never is, but it's doing us well for now. Besides the archival value of a project like this, there are also immediate uses. Faculty may be interested for their research. I had one political science professor who wanted an account on TCAT. Administrators also like data like this. So for example, the eyes of one of the administrators at our institutional research office lit up when I told him we had 19,000 tweets about our college. And technologists may be interested in running something similar at their own organizations. So that's it. I want to say thank you. My email's here. You can find me on GitHub as well. Ironically, I'm not on Twitter, but you can find me on Mastodon, and there's my Mastodon address. So thank you, and I appreciate you listening. I'd be glad to take your questions.
Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. And I think we have Mark in the Zoom room today. Oh, there he is. Thank you. Any questions for Mark about his presentation? There's a question from Peter about costs for Python Anywhere. Oh, Mark, I can see your lips moving, but I don't hear you. Oh, now I hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
So there is a cost for Python Anywhere. It's not that expensive. I've also had grant funding for this project, which has covered the cost. So it's been no cost to me personally. It's not that much money ultimately monthly. Does that answer the question? Sorry.
Looks like it did. Thank you. See another question coming in. Thanks, Mark. Were you running handles or hashtag searches?
So they were hashtag searches and they were keyword searches. So we were looking for explicit mentions of our college. So things like Kingsborough Community College or KVCC or things like that is what we were searching for. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And another question came in wondering what you were searching for. So I think you've probably answered that now.
Yeah.
And have you had any uptake with data analysis from faculty or administrators?
I've done a little bit of analysis myself. Like I did some sentiment analysis to capture sort of the mood about our college over time, which was kind of fun and interesting. But there's considering the amount of data there, we've only scratched the very, very surface of what we could do with that. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Lots of interest in the room about Twitter archives.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I think we are ready now for our first live lightning talk of the day. And the presenter and I have matching Zoom backdrops, so we're easy to see who it is. So our next talk is called Keeping Communication Lines Open, Even When the Communication Lines Go Down, Our Experience During COVID-19. And this lightning talk will be presented by David Kemper. David is the Digital Experience Librarian at McMaster University Library, where he manages the library's many public interfaces, including the website, chairs at the library's web committee, and supervises one web developer and 2 systems admin. His interests include user experience and design thinking. So take it away, David.
Thanks, Christy. Yeah, we both have the same backdrop. Awesome. I love it. Okay, let me get things started up here. Share my screen. There we go. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on where you are across the country. As Christy said, my name is David Kemper. I'm a digital experience librarian at McMaster University. And today I want to talk about keeping communication lines open when those communication lines suffer a major system outage. But first, a quick land acknowledgement. McMaster University, where I work, recognizes and acknowledges that it is located on the traditional territories of the Mississauga and Haudenosaunee nations, and within the lands protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. So as we all remember fondly, back in March 2020, when the pandemic forced university campuses to close, many of us, or most of us, were sent home to work remotely. And we were given tools to facilitate communication and collaboration to be done remotely. So at McMaster University, we use primarily Microsoft Outlook and Microsoft Teams to communicate and to host meetings respectively. But on 2 occasions during the pandemic, there were 2 widespread system outages. And when these outages occurred, they affected these cloud-based platforms, and library staff were unable to communicate and collaborate. So Library IT began to investigate what, if anything, could be done to mitigate the next widespread system outage. So this presentation is really about our experiences, the actions we took, and some key takeaways. So when technology fails, so I want everyone to imagine, working from home during the pandemic, maybe some of you still are like me, when for no apparent reason, your email stops working, your chat client stops working, and the platform you use to host and attend meetings stops working as well. When technology fails and you're working remotely, personally, I found it to be a very confusing and lonely experience. I was thinking, is it me or is it the internet? So the steps I took along with my colleagues in Library IT was the following. We decided to see if we could determine what was the problem, because everyone's working in disparate locations. We have no real way to connect or contact with each other through at least the established means. So these are some of the actions we took. And I want to share this with you in hopes that maybe this can inspire you in case one of those widespread outages occur and you need to sort of reestablish connection with your colleagues. So first and foremost, determine the source and nature of the problem. So one of the first places I went was the University IT System Status Dashboard. But when I went to that website, it showed that there was nothing wrong. Everything was fine. And this is just a quick snapshot of what I saw and what one can see anytime, for the most part. Everything was green, everything was working fine. But clearly at that point, nothing was working fine. And it turns out that this system needs to be manually updated. So this is one of the little issues that we discovered in this whole process. So lo and behold, as we just heard in our previous talk, social media, Twitter, came to the rescue. So the official Microsoft Office 365 Twitter account announced that there was indeed a widespread outage affecting multiple services and platforms, including Outlook and Teams. And once we verified with the status, the official status website of Office, it too declared that it was a widespread system. So it wasn't me, it was the internet. But the challenge to connect with library IT staff and library staff in general remained. So what we had to do was the familiar tools we were all used to using were no longer available. So we had to quickly adopt a new platform. And what we decided to use was Google Meet. So the choice is pretty simple. Google, we all have Google accounts, and it was quite easy to set up and actually to invite people to that meeting. So Google Meet, simple, fast, lightweight, it was a success. So it was one tool, a backup, you could say, that we use for at least on a small scale, just to rally everybody together and start to brainstorm about what happened and what can we do to help the rest of the library. The other thing that we tried to do too was to inform library staff about the situation. Now the library once had a Slack account, and at one point it was very busy. There was a lot of, all staff had a profile on that account. However, over time usage decreased and many staff migrated to other platforms. Nonetheless, I still shared an update about the situation, hoping to reach staff. And when I did, unfortunately, it seemed like only one staff member acknowledged the fact what I wrote. So this was literally from that day. Here's a screenshot below on Monday, March 15th, when that widespread outage took place. So not the most effective way to communicate, although we tried to communicate to staff. Now, in the aftermath of the second outage, when things came back online, we really needed to think a little bit more about what can we do. So we began drafting some guidelines for library staff regarding what to do during an outage. We began investigating open source chat applications. When Teams went down, or if say other app platforms went down, we were thinking about maybe using an open source product called Rocket Chat. Library IT met with University IT to discuss alternatives to their system status dashboard, the one that needed to be manually updated. And the good news is that the Central IT is working on a pilot project, and it's powered by Atlassian Status Page, which is a lot more dynamic than the one that they currently use. Overall, however, it's still very much a work in progress. So some of the key takeaways I want to share is, although widespread lengthy outages, system outages, do not occur very frequently, they still do occur. So one incident can grind communication collaboration to a halt for hours. So my recommendation is develop policies and procedures surrounding business continuity during system outages, what to do when an outage occurs. Devise a backup communication plan to allow essential communications to continue in the event of an outage. And consider having not one, but 2 communication platforms available. And actually consider hosting one of those, maybe an open source chat platform outside your campus network in case your campus network is affected. Some of the basic things too: maintain a contact list of department colleagues, email, phone, text. Implement a real-time system status dashboard. This is something that we're really interested in doing at McMaster. Or better still, partner with a university IT and implement one. Also, determine a virtual assembly point in the event of an outage. Much like when a fire drill occurs, library staff should assemble at a virtual muster point when an outage occurs. Bottom line is that many of us have gone through an all remote staffing model, and we're probably going to be entering into a hybrid staffing model very soon, if not already. And who knows what the future holds in regards to COVID and return to work. But I think this is really, it gives us some time to think a little bit differently about communication and collaboration and the technologies we use when a system outage occurs. And that's my presentation. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, David, for your presentation. I love the idea of a virtual muster station. I'll just watch to see if any questions come in. Just to remind you, you can put them in the Zoom Q&A feature, in the chat, or in the community notes document. Okay, I think we're all just silently commiserating about how lonely it can be when you get cut off from your virtual colleagues. So thank you, David, for your presentation.
No problem. All right. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Okay, and we are staying with McMaster. Our next presentation is entitled Reimagining Data Analysis Support Services Virtually, Successes and Surprises. There's 3 presenters for this talk, so I'll introduce them all. Amanda Montague is a postdoctoral fellow at the Lewis and Ruth Sherman Center for Digital Scholarship. Her dissertation, Mobile Memories, Canadian Cultural Memory in the Digital Age, considered the impact of mobile technologies and locative media narratives on everyday experience of memory and place. In her current research and teaching, she continues to experiment with digital storytelling tools and methods to facilitate engagement, both within the classroom and with communities outside the university. The next presenter is Christine Homuth. She's the Spatial Information Specialist at McMaster. Christine draws on her wide range of experiences to provide support for teaching and research to students, researchers, and faculty members working with GIS and geospatial data. Some of her more recent work includes georeferencing historical maps and developing web map indexes as finding aids to make the Lloyd Reed Map Collection's resources more readily accessible. And Vivek Jadon provides, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, provides research support in the use of numeric research data. As part of his role, Vivek is the university's official representative for StatsCan's Data Liberation Initiative program and Inter-University Consortium for Political and Social Research. Both of these programs provide researchers with vast archives of research data from various disciplines for high quality research and instruction. Vivek is also involved in building awareness and promoting research data management activities and services at McMaster. So I will let those folks take it away.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our presentation today. I'm Amanda Montague. I'm the postdoctoral fellow at the Sherman Center for Digital Scholarship, which is in Mills Library at McMaster University.
And my name is Vivek Jadon. I work as a data specialist in the university library system.
And I'm Christine Homuth. I'm the Spatial Information Specialist looking after GIS and geospatial data services at McMaster University Library. In this presentation, we will share our experience of how we ran a data analysis support service virtually during the pandemic and how this quick change led to some careful re-envisioning of what a blended model of the service could look like moving forward.
So the plan for our presentation today is to tell you a little bit about our data analysis support service, which is called DASH, or Data Analysis Support Hub. The three of us, Vivek, Christine, and I, have worked together as co-leads of this program for a little over a year now. And our term as co-leads coincided directly with COVID-19 and the shift to virtual services. So today we're going to share our experiences of how we adapted our programming. We're going to start by giving you a brief history of the program. We'll talk about the value and goals of the initiative established before COVID. We'll discuss some of the challenges we faced during COVID and reflect on how we adapted our programming and how we hope to see DASH evolve in the future. We share our experience with you today, not to be an exemplar or because we feel like we did everything right, but rather to have a conversation about the challenges we've all faced in developing and sustaining programming during this time. Our hope is that together we can find some commonalities in this work and that sharing our experience resonates with some of your experiences as well.
So I'm going to be covering history of DASH and going to be talking about these items. So as undergraduate courses seek to incorporate data and analysis packages into their curriculum, there became a clientele of students who needed assistance with various software applications. While specific programs such as Math and Stats offer this kind of support to their students, there exists no support mechanism for the majority of McMaster undergrad students. In response to this need, McMaster University Library, in collaboration with Student Success Center, launched the Data Analysis Support Hub program in 2015 and 2016. This program was mainly for undergrad students from various disciplines. The DASH program aimed to provide statistical and software support in quantitative analysis of data used in undergrad teaching. The DASH program ran its first pilot year during the 2015-2016 academic year. Our goal during year 1 and year 2 was to decisively experiment to gain a better sense of how the DASH program could and should be run in the future. We expected that there would be many questions, some trial and error, and a lot of reflection and learning. As we entered year 3, our philosophy remained similar. While we had a better sense of ways in which we can serve students, there was still a lot to be learned and improved. So from 2015 to 2018, DASH was a peer-to-peer support program where students in the Student Success Leaders program provided undergrad students with one-on-one and one-to-few support with basic data analysis software applications such as Excel, MATLAB, SPSS, Stata, Tableau, etc. At the end of its 3rd year of operation, the DASH program found itself at an existential crossroads. Student Success Center changed the name of its Student Success Leaders Program for 2017-2018, removing much of its support for partner units and diminishing the supplementary training opportunities for its participants. In 2018, the SSL program was discontinued, and the DASH program took a 1 year of pause to reflect on the past successes and challenges and to explore creative and efficient solutions for sustaining the program within the university library system. So now in 2019, the DASH program was made as part of the library's strategic initiative. A team of 7 library professionals was put together to administer the DASH program with membership from various units within the university library system. In addition, a part-time DASH student consultant was also hired.
So the core values and goals of the DASH program are visibility and accessibility, skill building and tool training, student-led consulting, community engagement, and a sustainable service over the long term. The DASH service aims to be available to students at all levels of study and other researchers on campus, regardless of faculty or program of study, and at no cost. We try to raise awareness and increase visibility of the service through social media, email, the library's website, and word of mouth by connecting with other partners on campus. The DASH service also supports the development of numeracy and data analysis skills across the McMaster community through skill building workshops, the creation of online resources, and consultations.
So although we moved away from the Student Leaders Program, we didn't want to lose the core contributions that students made to DASH. So a large part of our service is modeled around students learning from and supporting each other in peer-to-peer consultations. Our student consultants are usually graduate students, master's or upper level PhD candidates who have diverse expertise in data analysis software. The student consultant positions are vital to the success of the DASH program, and they create opportunities for skill building and mentorship from within the library. The student consultant is part of the extended DASH team alongside library staff. So we're there to support them as they navigate their requests for consultations. And then at the same time, the student consultant has the opportunity to mentor fellow students who are in earlier phases of their study and come to them with questions. Community engagement is also key. So having a consultation-based service allows us to really narrow in on the needs of our specific campus community. Because consultation requests come directly from the community, we know exactly what kind of support they're looking for, and we can adapt our programming and our expertise to meet these needs, or at least see gaps that we need to fill. Community engagement also impacts the student-led portions of our service. We collaborate on workshops with student-run groups across campus, such as the Engineering Graduate Society. And we also have some broader goals around external community engagement that we hope will be a part of DASH's future. And it's through continuing to build this consultation and collaboration approach that we think will eventually get there.
Now, developing a sustainable service model, operationalized and moved from the strategic initiative, we created and defined a long-term plan for future development of DASH program, focusing on the sustainability, awareness, relevance, and effectiveness. Was critical for the future of the DASH program. The DASH program has been a part of the library's strategic initiative for the past 2 years, and during this time, the program has seen growth, and it has been transformed in a number of ways. To meet the increased demand for the service on campus, we are increasing the capacity of this program by hiring 1 additional part-time DASH student consultant. With 2 part-time DASH student consultants and a team of 7 full-time library professionals, we are hopeful that the 3-tier DASH framework will be well supported. Now, as far as changes and challenges under COVID-19 goes, as I just mentioned that the DASH program is structured on a 3-tier framework comprising an in-person and virtual drop-in consultation service, instructional services for groups and classes through presentations and workshops, and serve a remote service through the DASH website. This framework has provided an opportunity to reach out to potential DASH patrons in a flexible and diverse manner. Over the course of its 2-year run during the pandemic, the DASH program experienced notable achievements and faced significant challenges. Both of these aspects are summarized in this slide. So starting with the consultations, building on the patron feedback and program reflection, the program went through numerous revisions over the course of this pandemic to improve its offering and service plan. The in-person consultations were switched to virtual consultations over Microsoft Teams and Zoom. The online calendar widget and an intake form were set up on the Dash homepage to schedule consultation appointments. This setup also helped us tracking each consultation appointment through an online calendar system. Switching from an in-person consultation to virtual gave us a lot of flexibility in terms of offering the consultation hours during any time of the day, including evenings. As far as the challenges goes, there were far fewer challenges than what was originally anticipated in regards to setting up and running virtual consultations. And once the initial setup was made for the virtual meetings over Teams and Zoom, the virtual consultations ran fairly smoothly with more uptake for the evening consultation hours.
So in terms of workshops potentially took the hardest hit or led to the most change. You know, it was a real challenge to move all of our established programming online, not to mention account for all the extra work involved in running a workshop virtually versus in person. You know, in person, you just show up to the room, hook up your presentation and go, versus the detailed planning involved in remote workshop delivery, selecting the platform. We used a combination of Zoom and Echo 360, creating documentation for presenters around hosting and recording and storing workshops, scheduling Zoom meetings, monitoring the registration, monitoring a wait list, having backup support or a co-host that we would have to monitor and assist the main presenter in a virtual workshop. One of the things that really changed for us in the workshop programming was thinking about format or choosing between synchronous and asynchronous delivery. And so this came down to really thinking about what participants want out of workshop sessions, rather than just moving everything online or do it online as we would do it in person. We started to refine what workshops looked like and expand the type of resources we were creating. And that brings us over to Christine for online resources.
So students are seeking more support outside of the classroom. The question is raised, how do you compete with the other online resources that may be available while managing our time? So in addition to consultations and workshops, we added to the service model by making some self-serve resources available online. These resources took the form of existing ones from software providers, for instance, and self-serve workshops and brief video tutorials on specific topics created by library staff. These helped to fill in the gaps from what was offered during workshops and also helped to take the pressure off of synchronous sessions.
So we're going to move now to talking about the success, surprises, and future directions of this time working under COVID-19. You know, during this process, we really had to come together and collaborate as co-leads in ways that we hadn't before. We met frequently, we did troubleshooting together, we supported each other as presenters by being in the virtual room together during like a workshop session. We edited each other's video content. And so because we were constantly working through new challenges, we had to rely on each other more heavily and find better ways of working together. The tight-knit way that we worked during this time was unprecedented. Things took longer, there were more moving parts to deal with, more decisions to be made. But in the end, it pushed the three of us to become better collaborators, not only with each other as co-leads, but also individually in other work that we were doing during this time.
Now, the strength of the DASH program mainly lies in the student consultants who came with a suitable skill set to support the multi-tier DASH framework. DASH has always been a student-led initiative, and we have seen the value and increase in the scope of the DASH service with highly motivated DASH student consultants. For this reason, we are going to hire one more DASH student consultant for this year. And with the virtual service model, we felt that students were looking for support on data analysis in lieu of physical interaction with faculty members and their TAs, something that we didn't anticipate when things were in person. We also noticed a higher uptake during the winter term, especially during the evening hours, which led to the shift of DASH consultation service during the evening hours to cater the needs of the researchers.
And a takeaway of resource creation is that virtual services are still very much personal as well as customizable. So going forward, we need to be mindful of the resources we create taking into account our time and what is sustainable over the long term. There is still interest in synchronous workshops, but the synchronous workshop recordings, asynchronous workshops, and other content can be made available online and provide a suite of resources that complement each other.
And as one of other future directions, we are working on a number of initiatives based on our past experiences with the program. I specifically want to talk about a couple of main ones. And although we have made connections with some faculty members in the past, there's still a lot of work needed to be done in this area. And we need to bring more faculty members on board who can make use of the service for their classes. We are also looking for ways to establish community partnerships within McMaster and beyond. Currently, we collaborate with Engineering Grant Society to offer workshops, and our experience has been very positive in this regard. We would like to continue exploring more partnerships across campus and beyond.
We'd just like to thank you for attending our presentation. For additional information on the DASH service, please visit our website, which is listed on this slide. We'd be very happy to take any questions after this. And if you'd like to connect after the conference, please don't hesitate. Our email address is simply libdash@mcmaster.ca.
Thank you, Amanda, Christine, and Vivek for that presentation. I can see we have one question that has come in already. Did you see any significant changes to workshop attendance attrition when you moved to online workshops?
I'll start. We definitely were seeing kind of that average of like, you know, based on our registration number, we would have predictably half of the number of attendees that would show up on the day. And then of course, the ongoing problem of how do you measure views, or how do you compare that number, that metric, to views after the fact, to any kind of resources that have been spun up out of the actual synchronous session. And so it becomes, you know, a challenge to measure adequately the impact of that specific session, not only, you know, taking into account this sort of 50% attrition, but also then, you know, who's revisiting that, which sections of the talk are they going back to? So there were definitely, you know, it's a funny thing, the way that we have to kind of work around number of registrants, which can be really, really high. We can have registration numbers, you know, in the hundreds, and then still kind of have that constant 50% attrition in the actual on the day of, or at the time of the synchronous session. Vivek or Christine, do you have something to add?
No, I think you covered it all.
I have a quick question, and maybe I missed it. I had a bit of a Zoom hiccup, but you mentioned that there was 7 library staff involved in DASH. How much of those 7 people's time is dedicated to DASH? Is it a full-time commitment or sort of like a part-time along with other duties?
So I can answer that. So these 7 staff members are a part of the library system, and they have other full-time duties. The reason they were added to this program is because of their skill set, as well as some of the work that they are involved with in their units. So mainly, taking care of the technical troubleshooting in regards to the software applications, or having any technical speciality in terms of like R programming, Python. Christine is very well versed in GIS programming. Amanda has a lot of digital humanities background. So that sort of, so we put together a team of individuals within the Universal Library System. And the time commitment was not too much. Mainly, we met at least once a month to discuss things in regards to the programming of DASH. There was one student consultant, as I mentioned during this presentation, was hired on a part-time basis up to 10 hours per week, who took most of the consultations, as well as some background work related to DASH.
And I think too, a big part of that 7-member team, because we were trying to move from a strategic initiative into a functioning service or a it's fully supported service, the more voices that we can have at that table, the better, right? The more input we can have on how is this programming, impacting our university community. We're always stronger for having more people to bring context to that work. And so that was sort of the impetus, I think, too, for the large team. Not only the actual support that they give to the programming through their expertise, but also just having those different perspectives to bring as we developed the DASH program.
Hi, so sorry. My Zoom just crashed on me there for a moment. So thank you for your answer and for your presentation. I think we are now going into our final presentation for this part of our program. Again, talking about remote programming during a pandemic, but in this case, starting research data services during a pandemic. There are 4 presenters for this talk, so I will introduce them each. Sama Al-Shrieff is a data specialist at Seton Hall University and has research interests in higher education policy, research data management, and first-generation college students. Sharon Ince is a digital services librarian at Seton Hall. She serves as the library's head of data services. Her research interests include digital literacy in higher education and research data management. Chelsea H. Barrett is a business librarian at Seton Hall in South Orange, New Jersey. She serves on the data services team at the library and has research interests in business librarianship, data literacy, organizational workflow, innovation, and outreach. And Lisa DeLuca is the social sciences librarian, also at Seton Hall. She serves as the co-head of data services and has research interests in digital humanities, research resources, and data information. So I'll turn it over to the team from Seton Hall.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our talk. I'm Sharon Ince from Seton Hall University Libraries, and I'm here with my colleague Sama Al-Shrieff to present starting research data services during a pandemic. So this is our team. We have 4 members of our research data services team. So I'm Sharon Ince, the digital services librarian and co-head of research data services. My colleague Lisa DeLuca is also a co-head of research data services and our social sciences librarian. And Chelsea Barrett is a member of our team and our business librarian, and Sama Al-Shrieff is our data specialist. So Seton Hall, just to give you a little background, is an R2 institution. We are a private Catholic institution with approximately 10,000 students. And we have over 90 majors and programs, and this is our campus in South Orange, which is located in New Jersey, which is 14 miles from New York City. We also have 2 other campuses. We have our law school in Newark, and we have our health sciences and nursing schools located on another campus in Nutley, just a few minutes away. So we started out in 2018 with just like a data management committee, a couple librarians. We ran a Love Data Week that was run by my colleague Lisa DeLuca, just to see who was interested and what kind of programming and support we should have for our campus. by 2019, my colleague Lisa DeLuca and I realized that we really just needed more support, and we really need to formalize some of our processes. So we conducted a study and interviewed several faculty members from different disciplines, and we wanted to know what they needed for their own research and what did they need to support their classes. So from that, we learned that there was a need for software. We learned that Stata was a piece of software that was needed because people were kind of buying it from their research money or had access to an older license and different things like that. So there was a need to purchase a license for the campus. We also knew, and we had known for a while, that we needed some qualitative software, such as Atlas TI, and that was needed for our graduate students and our faculty as well. We also heard from our faculty that there was not enough time in class to cover some of the data skills, and if there was another service that could work with them to answer some of the technical questions and help students with their projects, that they would definitely welcome that. So that was good to hear that. And also that we could partner with them, to teach workshops and work with faculty on, specific class projects as well. So there were a lot of things that came out of that. We wrote up the findings and drew in a couple themes and presented this to the library as a new department to, run data workshops and consultations, work out licensing and software issues, and so on. And at that time, we had 2 undergrads working with us. They helped us with our study, and they were helping us kind of work out some of the details that we needed. From there, we were able to get a part-time data specialist hired and also a business librarian. The position happened to be open at the time, so we were able to write in some of those duties, and it paired nicely with some new programs that were introduced in our business school. So with that said, we moved into spring 2020. Our business librarian started in January, and our data analyst came aboard in mid-February. So we were able to launch our website. We built consultation forms. We worked on curriculum for workshops and for classes, and partnered with faculty to run some specialized training. So that was a few weeks in, and at this point we're at early March when classes moved to remote, and a few days later all of us moved home and moved on to Teams. So we were a little nervous about all this. Of course, many reasons to be nervous, but we had launched this new service and we didn't know how we were going to sustain the service. So we were able to nicely move into Teams, and it was not a big adjustment for us. It actually worked out really well, and it made things a lot easier for us to conduct consultations and teach workshops, because it was very flexible and we could work around people's schedules. And also, I think with doing the consultations, it was really nice to just be able to screen share and see what the student is looking at, and then pass it back to us. So I think in some ways, just moving onto Teams made things easier and more convenient for people. And I do wonder if we would have had the same success. We had a high number of consultations if we were in person. So we won't know, but so we did that. And then towards the end of the spring semester, there was funding available from our provost office for an internal grant, and we wrote the grant so that we could acquire Stata and Atlas TI, and thankfully we received the money to purchase them. So then May, the semester comes to an end, and we had furloughs, which took us down to about just our library faculty and a few staff members. So there was only a few of us working. over the summer. So consultations fell to our 3 librarians. So we were able to sustain what we had during the summer. We also, during this time, pursued another grant because we were so uncertain about what our future was going to be. So we were able to apply for an internal grant for a research assistant for an undergraduate. So we did get that grant, which was very helpful to have the student come aboard and fill in. And she happened to be very, very talented in math and really took to SPSS and Stata and Power BI. And during this time in the summer, we were also able to work with our IT department, and they were very helpful so that we could work with acquiring Stata and Atlas TI. So that was a really nice partnership, and we still continue to partner with them because they license some of our software, such as Stata and SPSS, and they hold the license for Qualtrics and Power BI. And we hold the license for Atlas TI, and we were later able to seek out some funding for ArcGIS so that we manage the licenses there. So fall 2020 and going through the academic year to 21, we were back together again for the start of fall classes. We had a huge spike in consultations and classes. We still were on Teams and things worked really well. We were able to meet people at times that they needed, and we were able to sustain what we had and build on that. So I'm going to turn the next part over to my colleague, Seema.
Thank you, Sharon. So what did we do in data services? We helped students and faculty find data for their research through multiple workshops that help students look into different variables. We maintain a subscription to ICPSR, which is one of the largest archive for social science data. So we sit down through with our students and faculty virtually, of course, and we've noticed that this is convenient options for them because all what they have to do is dial in into the meeting from anywhere at any time during their lunch break, while they're out with their families. They can call in without taking a trip to the campus. And also we offered multiple workshops for our students and faculty, and we posted that on the calendar. And every time we had a consultation with a student or a faculty, we direct them to our calendar. The calendar has some of the workshops. Sharon, if you don't mind, go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so we train them into different coding languages, statistical, and some software. And as I mentioned, we direct them in every consultation. We give the link to the calendar. Also, some of the professors were kind enough to include the links into their syllabi for their courses. So students have the option to attend one of those workshops, even if they're not doing any research has to do with that specific workshop. For example, we had students attending qualitative data analysis in Atlas TI, but they haven't done any qualitative work, but they might consider it. They were just curious, what is Atlas TI? And this is help us increase our knowledge among our community of research and software that they can use in the future. Also, we maintain a large number of virtual consultation, and luckily we haven't had any cancellation to this consultation, and we assume because it's virtual, students and faculty find it convenient to attend the consultations. We go through their project. They were able to share the screen without having the need to share, to send some of the file. All they have to do is just share the screen and show us what is the issue with their project, and we can help them with that. Also, sometimes we show them how to run specific analysis. All what I have to do is just share the screen, and they can follow me in the steps on their end. So how did we do that? During this pandemic, and during working from home, our department, Lisa DeLuca and Sharon Enns, were able to secure more funds to request software. And we used the data from the form of requesting software to secure more funds. And you can see that the request for Atlas TI were increasing for faculty. We used that graph to secure more funds. And also through the study that Lisa DeLuca and Sharon Enns conducted earlier, they were able to collect more information about software needs from professors, and that helped us decide what software to buy first. Also, during the pandemic, we were able to collaborate with multiple departments, such as School of Diplomacy and College of Education. This collaboration were including us helping students with the research project. We were able to access syllabi from professor to help us design our workshop in alignment of what is being taught inside the classroom, because we don't want to overwhelm students with some of the concepts that they might not have been exposed to. And also we went inside the classroom where professors were teaching the theory, and we just support professor by teaching the technology. Also, our department were able to collaborate with other departments in terms of campus conferences, where we run different workshops in data and research. Also, one thing we learned through working and establishing our department during the pandemic, we needed to coordinate the classes time around the student schedule in terms of midterms and the due dates for the research project. And we have noticed a huge increase in participation. So we don't have any workshops, any training during the midterms week, and also during the due dates of research assignments for students, because we assume that they're occupied doing their project. Classes was a huge decision for us, what to teach and what not to teach. We offer few classes that we ended up canceling because we've noticed low participation. We had introduction to our language, but students were not that interested in that workshop. So we offered less of R, more of Stata. And also we had different syllabi, as I mentioned, that help us guide our curriculum in those workshops. So we see that Stata has been taught in multiple research courses. That's why we increased our workshop in Stata. And also we talk a lot with students. We talk a lot about what they need. And from that, we assess our curriculum designing for our workshops.
So where are we now? Well, we've conducted 85 workshops, over 620 students and faculty have attended. We have a very low cancellation rate. We see our students and faculty many times. They come back for repeat consultations or classes. We're able to support faculty and students with over 17 different types of software. And we manage 2 licenses. Right now we're managing Atlas TI and ArcGIS independently from IT, but that's to be determined if it continues to grow. And we've had 206 data consultations. So overall, we've done very well. We are still primarily based on Teams. We do some in person when it's requested, but it still seems that, you know, the preference for Teams just kind of works a little easier around everyone's schedule. So, so we're very happy with our success and that people are interested, and we continue to have a high volume of of users. So thanks so much for joining our talk. If you want to follow up with us, here is our email address, data.services@shu.edu, or feel free to email us directly. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sharon and Seema, for that presentation. We do have a couple of minutes for questions if folks want to put them in the chat or use the Zoom Q&A feature or put them in the community notes document. Just wait for a moment and see if we have some questions come in. So interesting to see two different data support services, similarities and differences in two different institutions. So thank you for that. Not seeing any questions just for the moment. Oh, here we go. Joanne is asking, how did you advocate for resources just to support the work?
Well, we did it a couple ways. For staffing, we happened to be going through program review for our department that year. So we built this into our program review that we knew that we were going to need the service and we were going to need staff for it. So that was one way to advocate for staffing. The other way is we conducted a study through, we interviewed, I guess, like 8 or 9 faculty members, and we ran the data through Atlas TI. And some of the themes we came up with were support. You know, we needed more support for our students and our faculty, and we also needed specialists. So from the data, we were able to also include that to make the argument. Plus, we also studied a couple other models at other universities, and I can't thank NYU Data Services enough. They helped us a lot in the beginning. We did many talks with them and how they got started. So that was helpful to pull into our argument. So, those were some of the ways for staffing. And then as far as funding, we were very lucky that the provost was running a faculty grant. So we put in for that we were going to do workshops, and that we knew that we had this need for Stata and Atlas TI. So that all came together, and that happened to come together during spring of 2020 during the pandemic. So that just, it fell together. And then from there, we were able to build on that and get, we had an undergrad research assistant award. And because of our momentum, we were able to go back and ask for like additional funding for ArcGIS, because that's what we're supporting this year, humanitarian mapping, and we're hiring 2 undergrads right now. So things just kind of fell into place. And like I said, we did have success. So we were able to continue to build on that and make requests for software. So we were really happy. And I can't tell you how nervous I was when we were 3 weeks in and with our data analyst, Seema, and we moved to online. I thought, oh no, we're beginning a new service and I'm not sure what's going to happen. But again, I have to say, I know it was mentioned earlier, you know, working online with these data consultations, it just does seem to be ideal. And so we were fortunate, things worked out. So thank you.
Great. I see one more question here. How did you come to choose atlas.ti as opposed to MaxQDA or NVivo, for example?
That's a good question. A lot of our faculty were already working with Atlas TI, so it seemed like a natural fit to go and purchase that because they were familiar with it, and that's what they were requesting. I like Atlas TI because it has the web-based feature so that you can work and collaborate online. I thought that was a nice feature for our graduate students because some of them are taking a class and it's for a class assignment. It's quick and easy to learn the web-based version and then move into the desktop. So we usually start people out there, and it's just nice for collaboration. We do our internal work with the cloud-based, like we manage our references through there and our projects, so we can do it as a team.
Great. Thank you, Sharon and Seema and the rest of your team for a really interesting presentation. So I think that concludes the first group of talks for this morning's session. We are heading into a break now. And just to give you a sense of what that's going to look like, we have Alex with us. So join Alex on a trip through time to watch him flail widely as he attempts to install Access software of yesteryear. Everyone, start your engines, break your Perl installers, and put on your skinny jeans. I'm wearing mine already. Thank you. It's going to be a blast. So this is going to be the next 15 minutes of Access. So we will return at around 10 minutes after the hour, whatever that hour may be for you. Sorry, not 10 minutes after the hour, 10:25 Pacific time. So 25 minutes after the hour. I will hand it over to Alex now.
Thank you so much, Christy. All right, everybody, please let me know if my levels aren't good. I like to have good levels. I like to be level. We're all going to be even more level later on today when I teach meditation. But for now, I want you to think of me like I am in an electronic dunk tank. So you can abuse me pretty much however you want for the next 10 minutes. We're a bit behind schedule. That's okay. I can do this as short or as long, anything you need. So yeehaw, let's go. I have in front of me the Access 2011 website. Access 2011, the library is open back in Vancouver. This is actually the year we got the current Access designs done with the light bulb people. This was back when Vancouver was the future, as opposed to a city comprised of downtown parking advocates. A lot's changed in 10 years. I love to park my car, but I also love other things. And so for that, I'm going to take you on a tour through the history of Access's past. We have, for example, Access 2009, which was in PEI, very exciting. Access 2012 was in Montreal. You could check in on Foursquare at that time. Access 2011, back at UBC. Okay, let's do it. Now, the only prep that I've done for this session, beyond pulling up these old Access websites and getting my streaming, whatever situation set up so you can see my face like I'm a Twitch streamer, which is a lot of fun for me, is picking out a few different software options for us to look at and for you to watch me fail to install and get running over the course of the next day. Woo! Okay, so are y'all ready? We're going to look at some options. Woo! Options. Okay, here we go. Option one is Lentil. Lentil was made at North Carolina State University Library, and it let libraries harvest Instagram images through hashtags. That way we could actually pull Instagram into our library catalogs. This was presented at Access back, I believe, in 2012. I picked this project because it was nice. It's standalone. It's not part of like a broader software stack. There's no way I'm going to get running in one day. And because, as far as I know, the Instagram API that it used is now deprecated. So, ooh, additional challenge. Okay, can we get Lentil working? Probably not, but let's find out. Okay, that's option one. So we're going to sit with that one for a minute. But again, if you have an opinion, if you want to make me do something exceptionally dumb and unpleasant, feel free to share it. I want to hear it. Okay, option one is Lentil. Option two, Library Box. There's a lot of stuff done around Library Box. Library Box is still going in part. This was also a 2012 project. Library Box was effectively like an image that you could then download onto a Raspberry Pi, and you would have standalone assets, books, stuff that you could read and check out just from a standalone server that you could then plug in anywhere. Really, really cool. Reading this page made me miss this era of thinking. I have too many Raspberry Pis in my house, like many people. My therapist is working with me on it, but I would love to make one of them into a library box. So if this is your selection, bear in mind, okay, option one, Lentil for Instagram. Option two, library box. All right, now finally, option three. Okay, and this one might be the pièce de résistance for reasons I'll make clear in a second. This is Splurge, the Scholars Portal Library Usage-Based Recommendation Generation Engine. Now, a few hallmarks of this one that I think you all recognize from Access's past. Clearly, they thought of the acronym first, and they wanted to fit the project name to the acronym. Really admire that. As somebody who can't resist a disgusting pun, everybody wishes I would stop. This is one of the best I've ever seen. Second, it's around recommender engines, which again, were at one point really, really cool until at some point in the past 5 or 10 years, everyone just got depressed and stopped wanting to compete with Google. But hey, Nobody's depressed in 2011, right, folks? That's right. Woo! What do we get? We got a conservative majority that year in Canada. Okay, that's less exciting. Let me think. What else happened? Lana Del Rey's Video Games, great track. So again, lots of fun stuff. 2011, obviously a mixed year. Splurge, in addition to being a really funny acronym, is written in Perl. So look out, folks. We're all going to have a really bad time if you want me to install 94.1% pure Perl. That's like when you go to the gas station and you're trying to pay for premium gas and you're like, that might be too much gas for me. So we have option 1, Lentil, option 2, Library Box, and option 3, Splurge. Let's get those recommendations going in the chat. Okay, from Alana, Lentil won't work even if it works. That's great. That sounds like me, so I'm not necessarily taking that as a disqualifier. Library Box, too easy. Also fair, that actually is a well-maintained project that you can just stand up on a Raspberry Pi, and a Raspberry Pi is not really a moving target. I vote Splurge. Okay, getting lots of votes for Splurge. I think we might all have to splurge together on this one, folks. Okay, Lentil, Splurge. Yeah, no, it seems like Splurge is, sadly for me, the clear winner. So, all right, let's start some pain. I am going to clone down Splurge, see what I can do. Now, I noticed there's an Evergreen folder here in the GitHub, but all that's in the Evergreen folder is just a chunk of SQL. And I'm assuming that that needs an Evergreen instance to use as a plugin to pull data from. So something else I might have to do here is get an Evergreen stand-up running. If you read the GitHub page, because we're all coming at this pretty fresh, there was a Hackfest at 2012 in Ryerson, pretty good, collecting data from OCL members, build a recommendation engine, okay. We plan to implement in Ontario something close to the JISC project called Mosaic, making our shared activity information count. Let's see, okay, the JISC Mosaic wiki has code and data examples. Yes, it does. Look at that. Okay, but here we go. Please note the web server hosting this project was decommissioned in 2015 and a number of the links on this blog no longer work. The data sets might be somewhere else. Love it. Okay, great. Very, very good. This is going to make things way easier for me. Okay, let's see. And let's see, I can get some data. And I think I probably do very much want a README. The README seems like it's based on this adjacent project. Again, mentioning Mosaic, to build Splurge, getting the sense that Splurge might not have been all the way built, but we do have a lot of good Hackfesty stuff. Data stored in XML, great, love it, love XML, that's exactly what I want. The Perl script is taken from Mosaic. Building Splurge, we'll have web-based API available at Scholars Portal. If any of the Scholars Portal employees, personnel on the chat right now can tell me if they have any memory of this ever shipping, that might help me decide whether or not I'm going to carry on with Splurge or possibly double back to Lentil, which, as established, won't work if it works. So Splurge, let's see, might not exist. We have this Ruby script, given the transactions file, anonymize a student ID. That looks like Ruby to me. Okay, README, okay, that's the readme.txt. This is the readme.markdown. Horribly simple approach. I love old code. See, this is why I love this. This session really, like, it means a lot to me to look at the different aspirations of this community over the years. Like, I like to see what we tried to do, what worked, what didn't. Like, to me, I feel like we actually, it's funny because we think of ourselves as moving kind of slowly sometimes. We actually move really, really quickly, and we constantly try to like meet the tech expectations du jour. And so this to me is a really funny example. Anyway, let's clone this sucker down and let's see if that makes me want to stop. So cloning into Splurge, and well, there it is, folks. I think we're gonna have to pause it here for now, and I will cut the stream off and bring it back to the real program. I'll see you again in an hour and a half, having splurged on lentils. But
Thanks, Alex. That was a blast from the past. Hi, everybody. My name's Amy, and I'll be your moderator for the next couple of hours. Our next presentation is from Christine Smith. It is called From an Erupting Geyser to a Steady Stream, a case study in how to implement a full-scale streaming media course reserve service on the turn of a dime and during a pandemic to boot. While Christine's getting loaded up, I want to remind everybody periodically that we do have a code of conduct. It's the link to it is in the chat. We will also take questions in a number of different ways. You can use the chat, you can use the Q&A, and you can use our community notes document. But I see Christine is loaded up, so take it away, Christine.
I'm just trying to unmute my. Can you hear me okay now? Anyone? Hopefully, yes. Awesome. Okay, so hi, my name is Christine. Hopefully you can see my presentation side of things and not my note side of things. And as said, I am going to talk a little bit about how we at Concordia University implemented a full-scale streaming media course reserve service. And we did this all during the pandemic as the title of this says. So I'm just gonna officially say that my name is Christine Smith. I'm head of acquisitions and serials at Concordia University Libraries, which is situated on the lands and waters of the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation. And we are gonna jump right into this very exciting topic. Hopefully it's as exciting for you as it was for us to live. So to walk you through how this talk will be organized, I'm going to navigate us through the waters of a geyser, and that geyser is streaming media. So first we will go back in time to watch the steam rise and see what our pre-COVID course reserve and media collections were like here at Concordia. And then we will collectively experience a geyser erupt. That geyser will be COVID-19. And then we will see how we've navigated, how we reoriented and refined our practices to steer through the stream that has developed. And hopefully at the end, we can see on the horizons hot springs that maybe we can enjoy, or maybe not. We'll see what the present is and what hopefully the future holds for us. So watching the steam rise, there's four main things that affected our geyser erupting of COVID-19 and the streaming media come to the forefront of our course reserve service. So those four things are course reserve rooms, moving image collections, the visual collections repository, and streaming media. So I'm going to talk a bit about what each of those are. The first one is course reserves. So for the past 11 years, the library at Concordia has housed a course reserve room that has been funded by what is called the Concordia Student Union Library Services Fund. The fund was established in 2010 in an agreement between the university and the student union, whereby undergraduate students have $1 per credit that goes into this fund, and then the fund is decided by the library and members of the union to fund different projects. So one of those main projects is the course reserve room. So we have bought textbooks and course packs for, as I said, the past 11 years. And we also have a moving image collection at the library in a variety of physical formats. At present, we have the materials and the machines to watch VHS, video disc, U-matic, and DVDs. The materials are part of the regular collection as well as part of the reserve collection. So if a professor wanted to put a DVD on reserve, they absolutely could do that. Independent from the library, there's also something at Concordia called the Visual Collections Repository, or the VCR. The VCR is a facility of the Faculty of Fine Arts, and it was created in 2018 to combine the faculty's slide library and their moving images collection. They also have archival copies of the faculty and student work and celluloid films in the VCR. But primarily for this talk, the moving image collection is the part that's important. So the moving image collection has been part of the Faculty of Fine Arts since 1968, first as a standalone object, a standalone collection, and then in 2018 through this combined VCR. It has VHS, Laserdisc, Blu-ray, and DVD, and is heavily used by the faculty. It is not part of the library, so it's really part of the faculty there. And due to a number of factors, including format preference, longstanding history of the physical collection existing within the faculty, and the complexities and relative modernity of streaming media, this service did not include streaming media. So it was very much a physical material collection. And juxtaposed to that, I suppose, is the fact that we did have streaming media at the library, and we still do. So starting back in 2014, upon request, the Concordia University Libraries started having title by title locally hosted content. So we'd buy something and put it on our internal server, and then make it accessible through the catalog. We started vendor hosted content agreements, again, title by title in 2016. And for the first 4 years, we were offering a very small service. Less than 40 individual titles per year were acquired from 2014 to 2018. And then in 2019, it quadrupled with 84 requests being fulfilled. Of note, at least for future parts of this presentation, 84 was in 2019, and that include approximately half of those requests being fulfilled by Canopy. So we see this a large jump, not only in the number of requests fulfilled, but then this discrepancy between fulfilled through a platform that's really serving the purpose of streaming media for libraries, and then us reaching out to vendors individually to see if we could also stream their content. So this was leading us up to the erupting geyser that was COVID-19. So on March 13th, 2020, the library closed its doors to staff and patrons as the university and the world dealt with the COVID-19 pandemic. At this point, winter courses were mid-session and spring courses were soon to begin. And neither students nor staff were allowed to access physical materials on campus at that point. So whether it be the general collection, the course reserve room, or other parts of the campus, like the visual collections repository, people weren't allowed to get those things. So as you may have guessed, streaming media requests skyrocketed to unforeseen heights as a result of this. You can see from this chart that there were months in 2020 where nearly as many film requests were fulfilled than entire years past. Indeed, looking at the months of the pandemic, really, and specifically from June to October, the entire history of us purchasing streaming media and fulfilling those requests was less than the requests we fulfilled from June to October of 2020. So this is a little chart to show that. So we had a gross increase of film requests that were coming in. And in addition to that, we also had a huge number of requests which we were unable to fulfill. So going back to the Canopy versus other requests, if we think about from a content perspective, someone seeing something on a platform like Canopy or another streaming media service and clicking it and getting access, that's a relatively short process. But if we think from now we're flipping a world of physical to digital, maybe someone's been watching a VHS in their class for many years, or maybe they found a DVD when they were traveling outside of Canada or got it shipped into Canada. And now we have that content, but it's increasingly harder to find out, first of all, who has the rights to stream that content, and whether or not we as an institution fit within the eligible criteria for the rights that that company is offering. So as such, it's important to note that not all requests take the same amount of time. Looking at this chart here, we can see that a huge number were unable to be fulfilled. and thinking about how much time those take to research and look at from a licensing perspective, from an access perspective, we realized that we needed to document all of the different steps in the process and think about how long they take to do. So I'm going to show you the steps real quick. I'm not going to read them out loud, nor do I expect you to read them all, but just to see how many steps there are, we will look at them. So watch your eyes. This is very tiny print. So this takes us from a request being received by someone in the acquisitions team to it being put on reserves. And that, again, is our digital reserve service. So if we think about an existing contract vendor platform, something like Canopy or equivalents, it could take about a half hour from when the request is first received to when it's on reserves, and a number of people will fulfill that request. But if we take a request where someone just says, I've watched this VHS one time, or I've heard that this is a good movie and I have no other additional information to offer, it could take a lot more time. So we estimate that it takes 2.5, 3 hours at best, and it can take upwards of 13 to 14 hours. There could be a lot of back and forth regarding the negotiation of the rights or the cost, or again, the amount of time to just investigate who streams this anywhere in the world. So it is a quite lengthy process, and comparing the two, you will see that there's a need to streamline as much as we can in there. So then, given this information, we said to ourselves that we needed to reorient and refine our processes to really optimize what we were doing, because there were too many requests to handle otherwise. So the two things that we did were, the first thing was to reorient our unit. So we had a member of our team who was on the payment side who retired in late February 2020, and then COVID hit, and we weren't able to refill that position because we were all dealing with a global pandemic. By the late summer, though, we realized that we no longer needed to fill a role in the payments position, but we did need to fill a role in the unit, and it was evident that it was in the ordering side of things. So we rewrote that role. At the same time, in summer of 2020, the university rolled out Microsoft 365 for the faculty and staff, and we used this to make what is called the media sheet. Essentially, it's an Excel table that's really big, but it is on OneDrive. And this leveraged a lot of work that the university had essentially already done for us. We didn't need to license new software to make fancy workflow tools. We didn't need to deal with the data compliance of putting all of our information in there. We didn't need to make accounts for our staff because it was all linked to their university emails. And the information never got locked away because it's cloud hosted, it's backed up on the servers, and it's all been vetted by the university. So this was, after many different tries of different materials, freely available and otherwise on the web, this was what we decided to go with. And best of all, I think, with this service is the tagging features that are integrated into 365 now. So I'm going to show you real quick what this media sheet looks like, and you will see how our workflow has changed through time. So it is an Excel spreadsheet, so there are columns and rows. I'm going to go through each one of them at a time so you kind of get a better picture of things. But for your reference, the rows along the top are frozen and on the left-hand side are frozen, so that when someone goes across the workflow from left to right, they're able to keep these key elements seen. So the first element is the top row, which is what I would call the assignment field. It's where you can see that who is responsible for inputting that data. Tracking means that the spreadsheet is responsible for inputting that data. It's either a formula or something that is otherwise auto-populated. The user submission is the email that comes in to let us know that there is a request. The email comes from our course reserves software for regular course reserves, as well as suggest a purchase form. Sometimes people will just request things via email as well. The next row is the the field name or the query that has to be answered in this field. And then the third row is used for sorting. And then in terms of the columns, as part of the user submission, we ask them to say when the film is required for. And then we give ourselves about 3 weeks heads up to say, okay, this is the crunch time for this. So this in column A is 3 weeks before the film is needed to be watched in class. And we have this days until deadline. So it also does a subtraction of the number in A to where we are today. When it hits today's date and goes beyond it, it flips to red and says it's overdue. And when we have finished, we manually override it and write completed. There's also all the data about the films, as you can see on the right there. And if a film is a duplicate request, it flips to red so that our staff know to look higher up in the sheet for a previous request. And then we have the accession number that is a tracking field. So to quickly show you the beauty of this tracking field, it gives a little purple arrow in the corner when there is a comment, when someone has started working on it, and when there is no comment, it is blank. And this is how our requests end up looking. So it's a back and forth between different units of the library where we at each other to tell things that are ready. So this is ready for cataloging, this is ready for reserves, and it has lumped all of our previous email exchanges into kind of a one-stop shop. So that is the present, and the question becomes, what can we anticipate for the future? Well, I imagine more and more requests. Things are easing as we have this new flow. We've also got more packages that we've purchased through the, subscriptions that we've gotten access to for packages. But there are questions that I ask myself, and I imagine others ask themselves, which is, what's the future of requests? We have right now a hybrid semester, so some people are on site and some people are not. But will we see more requests when more people are on site, or will that go down? My thought is it will keep going up. People keep using streaming content outside of the libraries, so why not in? And then also, what is the future of the industry? So there's a myriad of different platforms that people are getting resources from as libraries and otherwise. And seeing the past of what we've done in libraries with the advent of things like Oasis and Gobi to aggregate ebook platforms, my thought and actual hope, because it takes a lot of time to research, is that there will be some kind of aggregate platform for libraries to find streaming content. So there's already that on the public facing side of things with Real Good, Likewise, Just Watch. But my hope is that something comes out in the library side of things. So that is my chat about what we have seen here at Concordia University, going from a very small amount of streaming media to a very large amount of streaming media requests, and how we navigated that. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thanks, Christine. Does anyone have any questions? Just taking a look at our various question platforms. I'm not seeing any coming in. So what would you say was the most challenging part of the streaming project?
Definitely the there's two parts that are challenging. They're for different people, I guess, because this project involves a number of units at the library that had to collaborate. But finding where things are available was super difficult, especially since a lot of this was stuff that professors had never even considered going digitally before. So there were things that only stream on the other side of the world to public libraries, and there's no way that we could get access to that. So getting people to understand licensing terms and rights, digital rights, is really hard to do, especially in a stressful environment. And then on the flip side of that, also negotiating with the content owners themselves as more artistic works are being requested for arts classes and the like, it becomes evident that not everyone knows how to read a legal document, and that's okay. We all have different skill sets, but it becomes super hard to explain to someone that it's to their benefit to sign their rights away so that people can research their work. It's not something that people are normally used to doing, but it's helpful. I think we see it less of a problem in the textual side of things. Like, people know that their books should be published, and that is helpful to have them in libraries. But if someone just made a work of art, knowing when the licensing terms are appropriate has become very challenging and takes a lot of time for us.
All right, well, thank you very much for that presentation. I think that a lot of people are seeing an uptick in streaming services and could probably benefit from that insight.
My pleasure, thank you.
I'm not seeing any more questions, so I will move on to our next presentation, which is from Joanne Patterson. Joanne Patterson is currently the head of the Research and Scholarly Communication team at Western Libraries. She holds a Bachelor of Music in Music History and Literature and an MA in Musicology, both from the University of Calgary, in addition to an MScILS, I'm assuming that's a really long way of saying MLIS, from Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, and her presentation is entitled Name That Tune, Music Encoding for Identification and Discovery of Musical Works. Take it away, Joanne.
All right, I'm going to try the old screen share. Coolio. I think I've got it. Hi, thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today, and a huge thank you to the reviewers for their kind and supportive comments. I really appreciated it. I didn't think I had the guts to do this, so here I am. My name is Joanne Patterson, spelled the same Patterson as Amy, very well done. And I am currently a scholarly communication librarian at Western University. I acknowledge the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Leampawak, and Attawandaron peoples on whose traditional lands I live and work today. The theme of slow and furious really spoke to me, as I immediately thought of my total lack, that is the non-progress of turning my 2005 thesis into an article. I thought, oh, that's a good thing I can look at. So the first thing for me is this presentation. I will be talking about creating authorized access points for titles and music and adding small snippets of music into the authority record to help identify pieces of music in the library catalog. My library career, began at the National Library of Canada at the turn of the century as a music cataloger library technician. I later completed the LIS degree, and for ALA accreditation, I was obliged to write a thesis. And I wrote one titled Enhancements to the Online Catalog, a Music Cataloger's Perspective. So why am I telling you all this? Well, I wanted to sort of put this in perspective, because you have to think back even further than Lentil to 2004. Facebook is brand new. BlackBerry's rule. This was before Code for Lib journal was launched, before Twitter. Web 2.0 was the buzzword, and the Anglo-American cataloging rules, I forgot one of the A's, AACR2, they were being Ferberized. So if you've ever helped a student in music or been a music student, you will know that finding music can be a challenge. And I'm talking about, in this case, Western classical music. So an example from a reference perspective, let's say someone comes to the reference desk, a patron who has a recording, probably was their parents' favorite LP, and they have all these lovely piano pieces on it. And she hopes to find one called Klavierstück. It's by Liszt, which is great. So you enter the title and the composer name in the catalog, and you get a list of Liszt, a title list in the catalog. From these titles, we cannot know if the work reproduced in the recording is in fact something on the shelf. It's really hard to know. And that also makes interlibrary loan difficult too. So I'm also going to give you an example from a cataloger's perspective. So here I have two exemplars. On the left, it's a set of Beethoven symphonies published. And on the right, I have a single symphony published. So on the left, you can see it's the grand symphonies arranged for the pianoforte. And there is Symphony Number 3. On the right, you also see in German, Symphony Number 3, E flat major. So they both have the title Symphony Number 3. There is a key signature with 3 flats and a tempo marking Allegro con brio. So from this evidence, you'd be forgiven for thinking that these two works are the same thing. Okay, gird your loins, prepare yourself. I'm going to speak Mark for a minute. Mark 245, the title field, you enter what you see. There are preferred sources of information for the title and guidelines how to do that and where to look, but it's not a controlled field. I'd also like you to note that there are 2 kinds of titles in music, distinctive titles and titles that are types. Distinctive titles are unique, so they don't really need any further clarification. But many compositions have types, things like concerto, fugue, quintet, sonata, and symphony. These generic titles are a big clue that you will need to find or create a uniform title. As you can see in the Beethoven example, symphony is a type and must be handled in a specific way. There are rules and regulations and guidelines about how to create a uniform title and RDA authorized access point. So you may be more familiar with name authorities, where you have to construct and create one name in which to rule all other versions. All versions point to that name, kind of like an ORCID ID as well. One ring to rule them all. We also do the same thing with music that titles that are types. So I've taken all of these different pieces of information that I gathered from the title page of Symphony Number 3, the Eroica. The rules tell us, especially if we're changing the language, so we're going to catalog in English. We're not going to have it in German. If it was a German catalog, we could do it in German, but we're going to stick with English. And you add a piece of information as per guidelines. Beethoven wrote 9 symphonies, therefore we use the plural, and then we follow the rules and add all the rest of the bits. And so here you have a name title authority access point from the Library of Congress. And you can see we've got Beethoven's name and the title of the symphony. So going back to this example, remember how they both say Symphony Number 3, and they have a few similar features. However, note that the piece on the left is in duple meter, it's in 2/4, and the one on the right is in 3/4, 3 beats per measure. The music is different. On the left side, you can see da 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 da. So I know that's Beethoven's 5th symphony. I'm sure all of you know that. On the right-hand side, you can see in 3, it starts with 2 massive orchestral chords, bam, bam. And then the downbeats on the first 2 bars, then the cellos take over. And you have this gorgeous waltz tune, and it goes awry really quickly. These are 2 different pieces. The title doesn't say that, but it's the music that tells us it is. So think of it this way. If I gave you the first lines of famous books, I know you could tell me what the title and author was. So we're going to give that a try. Here are some first lines. Here are the clues, and I want you to tell me the title. You don't have to tell me the title and the author. So I will give you some hints just in case. So on the left, we have the first lines. On the right, we have titles and authors. I'll give you a second. And then I'm going to give you the answers. So 1 is D, 2 is A, 3 is C, 4 E, and 5 B. Okay, so now I want to try a music version of this. I suspect you might remember a game show from called Name That Tune. I have a short clip here to show you.
Years. I will give you clues to famous tunes. Then I want you to bid against each other to how few notes it will take you to name that tune. The first to score 2 tunes wins 20 points and a fabulous prize. Here are your first clues. Listen, if you suffer from claustrophobia, you're probably familiar with this Cole Porter cowboy tune. Sydney, start the bidding.
I can name that tune in 7 notes.
6 notes.
5 notes.
4 notes.
3 notes.
Name that tune. All right. If you suffer from claustrophobia, you're probably familiar with this Cole Porter cowboy tune. Here are your 3 notes, Sydney. Listen.
Don't fence me in.
Yes, ma'am.
So now I think we should give it a try. We're going to name that tune. I will give you some clues, then I'll play a tune, and you can guess the piece. So it's a Czech composer, moved to the US and became the director of the Conservatory of Music in New York in 1892. His most popular orchestral work incorporates a traditional spiritual, it is said, we now know that's not true, but anyway, in the second movement, which is titled Largo. I can name that slow movement in 3 measures. I will now play you the tune. I hope you know what that is, but maybe you don't. Maybe you will. The tune is the main theme from the second movement of Dvorak's Ninth Symphony, From the New World. What I played for you is the opening notes of that tune, which we call an incipit. I also discovered I've been saying that word wrong for many years. I'm now going to call it right, incipit. As an incipit uniquely identifies the music because it's a snippet of the piece and we can use it. So a huge proponent of incipits in bibliographic and authority records is the Répertoire International des Sources Musicales, RISM, an international nonprofit organization that aims to document all musical sources worldwide, manuscripts and printed editions and more. They have a wonderful catalog of music resources. And in 2003, they proposed that music incipits be included in authority records to aid discovery and use of the Mark 31 field of music, but using the Mark 31 field. Plain and easy code was used to code the incipits. As you can see, it's a fairly simple alphanumeric code, and it is a library standard that enables entering music incipits in modern or mensural notation. The code is maintained by YAML, the International Association of Music Libraries, and RISM. It's a great exchange format, I think because of its simplicity. So as you can see here, each bit of music notation is represented by a group of symbols, numbers, and letters. For example, that wacky clef on the lower left, the C clef, is indicated by a % sign, that tells us clef, C for C clef, the type of clef, and -1 gives the range of the instrument. The next bit, the key signature, is always started by a $sign. Lowercase b represents a key signature on the flat side. And then the notes that are flatted in this key are listed as capital letters, B, E, A, and so forth. And if you're really good at this, you can read the notation as it is. And I know there are some people who can't. It surprised me. I didn't realize how long it had been around, but I found this interesting article from 1965. And here it is printed in a card catalog record. And so that was found helpful. All right. So when you put it into Mark in the 031, the Mark indicators help chunk out the bits of code. So here you can see I've coded a few bits of Beethoven Symphony No. 3. So you've got $G and then clef, you can see the bass clef. So the % sign, as I said, was clef. That's an F clef, and it's the range of -4, so it's below C, it's middle C. $N for key, it's E flat major, but you can see on the left, I've got the small b to indicate a flatted sign, and then the notes that are flatted, B, E, A, and so forth. It's kind of fun, actually. So since 2004, there have been many changes that I have not kept up with, I have to say, including updates to the RISM online catalog. It now has links to digital objects. It has a targeted search for digitized music, and it has an incipit search feature. So you can use that keyboard, you can interact with it and click on notes and find music that has that theme in its incipit, which I think is very interesting, very cool. The data set is also available as an open data set in MARC XML and RDF. So you can query the data set via a Sparkle endpoint. I just imagine the data mining and analysis possibilities. I just think that is so fantastic. Here's one of the catalog records. It's a record for an item level for Symphony No. 3. As you can see, the first few notes of each measure of each movement of the Eroica are noted in the record. And on the right side, note the coding for the first incipit. You can see plain and easy code embedded in it. That code gives us the music that we see on the left. There are many other new developments that I'm just discovering, getting my feet wet, especially updated tools such as Barovio, which is a portable, lightweight, open source library for using MEI and engraving music. MEI is also new to me and newish. It's the Music Encoding Initiative, so like TEI, but MEI. So it's XML-based language for making digital scores, which can include bits of plain and easy code. Also something called Muscat, which is a cataloging interface program for musical scores. It aids in making these kinds of records. It just makes it more efficient and a bit easier. I think that it would be really useful to have the ability to play and hear the incipit as well as see it. Music vendors do this to showcase their wares, and they have sound clips and score samples on their websites. I'm not quite sure how they do it because I was trying to dig in and I couldn't really see. However, I don't think it's using the code that I'm looking at. However, I think it would be a great thing to add to catalog records to have a bit of a sound clip. And then I started thinking, wouldn't it be cool if we could get a Shazam app and just hold up the piece and then it would take you right to the score and the sound recording that you wanted. However, even though I've taken an MEI workshop, a 2-day workshop, so I'm not very good at this yet. It was interesting. I was able to do it because of the pandemic. It was online and free. But my next trick is to get up to speed with all the latest developments and the possibilities and try them out. So my ideas are percolating. So thank you so much for letting me tell you about something I did in 2004. It's been great. And here are my takeaway, and I hope you have some questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Does anyone have any questions for Joanne? I'm wondering if other people are stymied by the same reason as me, which is I know absolutely nothing about music cataloging.
You do now?
Yeah, well, maybe. David says in the chat, loves the idea about incorporating Shazam. Do you see that as being, on the horizon? Other libraries that are close to?
I didn't see anything about it anywhere. I can't say I've done like a literature search, but I just thought that would be really fun because I remember being a music student and, we had to use LPs and cassettes and horrible things like that, but it was really hard to find. Like I need a score, I need the music, but it has to be a specific type. It has to be the piano vocal score, not the full score, not a condensed score, not a student, like there are types, and I need this kind. And I want a particular performer doing whatever. And finding those two things, it took forever. It always took forever. And it's hard because there's just not enough information. The catalog isn't information rich enough. But I feel like there must be tech solutions for this, and Shazam would be cool. I don't know.
No, that sounds like it would be very cool. Do music catalogers, do they have typically specific training in the plain and easy code, or is it easy to take like a regular cataloger and move them to music cataloging?
I think you have to be able to read music I would think. to do the code. The plain and easy code, I thought it was quite easy. I mean, it's by nature easy. It also reminds me of using something like Finale, because, you know, it's like, okay, I push this, you take certain alphanumeric patterns and then put them into music notation. So you would have to have some facility with music, and then you could learn the plain and easy code. But also that new cataloging tool that I came across, MuseCat, which is at Harvard and RISM Switzerland. It's made it a little bit easier by making it a little more efficient, and you don't have to know the code cold. You can just put in certain things and it'll just pop up.
Yeah, that looked really cool. Again, as someone who you have taught me everything I know.
Fantastic. We'll convert you yet.
Well, it looks really cool. I'm just looking, it looks like there's something in the chat. Oh, this reminds me again of how awful the metadata is in streaming music services.
Yeah.
And Alana is excited to think that MIDI will come to library catalogs.
Wouldn't that be cool? I think that would be cool. But, you know, the one thing that's nice about the 031 field is that it does have a URI. So we could put a URL, you know, a URL in it, but it's usually to something outside of the catalog that you don't know if it'll be there or not.
Yeah.
But by having a small MIDI file, at least of, you know, a tune or something, we could probably manage that in the file. So I think that kind of makes sense.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Joanne.
Thank you.
Thanks again for teaching me everything I know about music cataloging. We'll go on to our next presentation. Is from John Fink, who is the Digital Scholarship Librarian at McMaster University. He enjoys open source software and beans. I'm aware that there may be a last minute title change, but I'm just going to read the title that I have here, which is Making a Friend: Why Going on a Research Leave During a Pandemic Was a Problematic Decision at Best, and How to Cope by Building a Useful Device for Archives. John, are you here? Okay, well, I see that John is online and you can take it away whenever. John, it doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Balls. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, you. Okay. I can't hear anyone else talking. If you can hear me, drop something. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry. We'll get this going at some point. All right. And you can see my screen. Someone please tell me. Okay, thank you so much. I'm very sorry about that. Okay. And hold on a minute. All right. So my talk is John Fink talks about things. No, it's not actually. It's making a friend. Why going on a research leave during a pandemic was a problematic decision at best, and how to cope by building a useful device for archives. My pronouns are he and they. I would like to begin by acknowledging that the land in which we gather here, I'm in my office, which you might be able to see. It's really weird to be in the office, but at any rate, is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg, and territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties, which is within the lands protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement, and is directly adjacent to Haldimand Treaty territory. So Who am I? I'm John Fink. I'm a digital scholarship librarian at McMaster University. Digital scholarship, of course, being one of those terms which means a lot of things, different things to a lot of different people. I do a very minor amount of system programming, system infrastructure work, and grad student consults with a wonderful group of people at the Sherman Center. I just really love my work. I usually start these things by saying, how are you, or who are you, but I'm doing it now. Oh, jeez. I'm doing it now because I can't see you in these times. I'm going to say, how are you? Because one thing that I really wish I could do is see and talk with everybody rather than talk into a void. And I'm not even sure that, that I'm talking to anyone who can hear me, except that you said so in the chat, which is nice. But one thing I really love about Access is the communal nature of it. It's single stream. Thank you so much, Tomasz. It's single stream. Zoom is so problematic for my computer. I don't know. Single stream, everyone's pretty much in one room all the time. Lots of wonderful sort of accidental meetings happen. I've met I can't even count the number of people who I dearly love directly through Access. And, I am cognizant that having it online is very useful, because if we couldn't have it online, we couldn't have it at all, of course. And indeed, being super social is not necessarily everyone's cup of tea. Folks that remember Access in Hamilton a few years back may or may not remember that we had a close-up magician come around to every table and do close-up magic during breaks. And do you remember that? And it turns out exactly one attendee liked that, and that attendee was me. Everyone else hated it. But that kind of stuff. Yes, I'm trying to use Zoom on Linux. I use everything on Linux. Anyway, do you recognize this? This is the Gartner Hype Cycle. This is basically how I feel about the pandemic. Weirdly enough, I started off feeling awful about it in March, and then I felt fantastic about it, more or less. Oh, we're not seeing a change in slides? Fudge factory. Are you sure? What? Son of a... Okay, can you give me... Geez Louise. I tested this, and I knew it worked. Is anything changing now? Great gravy. All right, hold on 1 minute. Wait, aha. Do I have, okay, how about now? So I have so many of my speaker view control consoles up, and I guess only one is actually controlling the slides. This is wonderful. Okay, so now you can see the Gartner Hype Cycle, right? Right, okay, lovely. Okay, anyway, so if someone actually depicts my feelings, I assure you the rest of the presentation will go more smoothly. Yeah, fingers crossed. I felt pretty bad in the early part, then I felt pretty good in June of 2020 and July of 2020. And then I started my research project in September, and things got really terrible. And then in the last summer, they got really terrible. And now I'm sort of reaching equilibrium. So that's a good old Gartner Hype Cycle. So what I did was a research leave, and a research leave, for those who may not know, it's somewhat like real faculty where they get a sabbatical, except this is not termed a sabbatical. It is up to a year to do a research project that you clear with your supervisor, and the usually librarian signs off it, and then you're off for a year, kind of, sort of. I have been trying to do this for for like 4 or 5 years, and it's changed sort of significantly over time, in that originally it was going to be working in a makerspace in a public library, and then I didn't know what I was going to do, and then suddenly I just said, okay, I'm going to try to write this paper. I had it all planned out in 2019, but so what I did on my research leave is I got good, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit, and I also got I also wanted to write a paper on library infrastructure, specifically infrastructure, what libraries can do during natural disasters and other sort of communications collapses. So getting good, and that usually that usually means Python. My own history is of a systems administrator, but my role at the Sherman Center has changed fairly significantly over the years. I've been at Mac since 2007 and the Sherman since 2010, 2011-ish. And initially it was very, very system administrator heavy, which is fine because that's my background. But that part has become quite a bit less important since we have a very, 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 very good systems administrator with us. And he does the stuff that I used to do a lot of the time. And so it's programming and quote unquote research IT has become more important. And I chose Python because it's probably the single most useful programming language other than Excel that someone in libraries can learn. And really has wide uses. It has library-specific uses, library-specific libraries like PyMark, data science to automation, et cetera. And for the longest period of time, I really resisted learning it for the dumbest reason ever, and that was that I absolutely hated the syntactically significant white space. Programmers will know you have to indent lines in Python, you have to do this, and I thought that was very annoying, but I've since grown up about that. I also learned LaTeX as part of the paper writing. And in LaTeX, in case you don't know, it's a document typesetting programming language. So it's a programming language in and of itself, but it's specifically oriented around document typesetting. It's sort of like a very annoying HTML. And so do you like writing? Do you hate it when you say insert a JPEG in Word and suddenly all your paragraphs are right justified and your computer bursts into flames? Do you like spending countless hours learning something new just to do something that you thought was extremely basic, like writing text? Do you want scientists and mathematicians to take you seriously? Consider LaTeX, or don't, and save yourself some effort. And also LoRa hardware, and this is a little bit more obscure. LoRa stands for, strangely enough, long range, and refers to a family of protocols and hardware that facilitate low power, long range communications. And the long range is, anywhere up to 1 kilometer plus. And the low power is, something that can be run off a battery. And when we're talking throughput, we're talking at max 100 kilobits per second. So very, very, very slow. So writing the paper, full confession, I am a terrible, terrible, terrible academic. I feel I've been in academic libraries for 25 years and I feel like an absolute fraud every day. I will put that right out there. I have a writing degree. I can't write, or I hate writing anyway. And so I thought this is a good opportunity for me to work on the parts of my portfolio which have been lacking for a quarter century. So I had signed up for the extremely well-regarded Librarians Research Institute at Fredericton in April of 2020. And yeah, April of 2020. So that didn't happen. So I went in more or less unprepared. And this part of the research lead was really about two things: doing the writing, the actual writing and research, and then doing all the universe of things that are in support of the writing, which includes the LaTeX, writing the paper in LaTeX, which was new to me, and doing a lot of work in Zotero and other things like that. So we all like to make friends. And in my original paper and proposal, the hardware piece of this was going to be, is going to be a communications device designed to shove TCP/IP, that is to say, internet protocol stuff, over the radio, over LoRa radio, for absurdly low bit rates at absurdly long distances. Something like 100 kilobits which is about a 2G network speed on a phone, and about a 1 kilometer point to point, or plus more than 1 kilometer point to point. And my idea was, okay, if internet fails, if infrastructure fails, can I put up a machine that at least allows people to connect to a very terrible bulletin board system where they could at least trade text messages with people to let people know they were okay in case of infrastructure failure. I was very careful in my proposal to say that it might not work. And let's say I'm still working on it. So I decided to work on something that was somewhat less of a moonshot, which I call, wait, no, that's not exactly what it is. It's the archivist's friend. This is the extent of my skills with Photoshop. I have no art in my soul whatsoever. But why do archivists need a friend? Doesn't everyone need a friend? Archivists, and I'm a librarian, and I'm deathly afraid of archivists. So please, if I'm misrepresenting you, you can let me know. But archivists, particularly archivists that deal with material things, that is, say, paper, sure, but also like film. Old film can be particularly vulnerable to something called vinegar syndrome, which, in case you don't know, is when a piece of film starts to degrade, it gives off literal vinegar, like acetic acid that you can smell. And shockingly enough, this is a communicable disease, an airborne disease, which of course we all know very much of. That is something that it's degrading and can off gas and infect other pieces of film nearby. So it's a concern. Yes, I did. When I was Googling vinegar syndrome, it was very annoying because there was all that music release stuff and music labels. Thank you, Alex. So the hardware components of this is an Adafruit MagTag. And Adafruit is a hardware manufacturer that makes a lot of lots of little electronic bits. So there's the Adafruit MagTag, the volatile organic compound, and also COT sensor, and a battery. And right now I power it over USB, like from a phone battery, but it also has a direct battery link. So this is the MagTag. I'm going to talk about the features in a little bit, but I wanted to give you a little look at it. And this is the VOC sensor. Now, this is very exciting. It doesn't look very exciting, but those two little ports on the side mean that you can prototype something very fast and don't have to solder it in or breadboard it in, but you can still solder it in if you like, because you have the 4 little soldering pads down there, but you can also just click it in with a little cable. It's very nice. So the MagTag has an e-ink screen, like an e-reader, right? It's very cool because that means you can say, tell your project to display something and then cut the power, and it still keeps that display on. This turns out to be really crucial for something that's meant to be portable that can go for many months between battery charges, so it doesn't have to keep the screen on. It has an ESP32S2 microcontroller, which probably doesn't mean very much to most of you, but it's a neat little microcontroller that's very, very low cost, and there's a lot of features like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So this whole thing, I'm going to hold it up because I'm so excited by it. This whole thing, there we go, has the chip here and all that, has Wi-Fi and Bluetooth built in. It's very exciting, very easy to get up and work with. It has stemma ports, which are the little plugs I was talking about. So here, there's a little plug. You can see that. That's a stemma plug. And so that goes into there. It has support for Arduino, which folks may be familiar with. And also something called CircuitPython, which is a version of Python which is meant to run on very, very, very low power equipment like that. And lots of blinky lights, buttons, speakers, and accelerometers, which of course everyone loves, things that light up and blink, and terrible buzzing speakers and buttons and stuff. I really can't stress enough what an absolutely fun machine the MagTag is to work on. There's something really exciting and liberating about programming directly on a microcontroller board in Python rather than having to compile Arduino code. I don't know, I find it much more engaging. So software components of this are CircuitPython, which is a version of Python specifically for embedded microcontrollers. It's not binary compatible with Python. It has its own set of libraries that are compiled for it, and etc. But it uses Python syntax, and it'll be extremely familiar for people that know PC grade Python. It's a lot more fun to work with for me than Arduino because you can use your own editor. You can edit code right on the board. It's like a little USB drive. You can use version control, which was a little bit problematic to set up, but worked okay. And also something called, I'm going to talk about MQTT in a little bit, but it uses CircuitPython in many, many Adafruit libraries that drive the display, connect to the internet, have the sensor driver and all that. MQTT, which is something possibly you haven't seen before, is not, it looks like an acronym, but it's not an acronym. It's like KFC, where KFC is just KFC and not Kentucky Fried Chicken. It did stand for something originally, it doesn't now. But it's a very lightweight message passing protocol. You can think of it as like instant messenger, like an AIM or Google Talk, but for devices. Humans can read it too and pass it too, of course, but it's meant to be very, very low overhead for Internet of Things stuff. And CircuitPython has a very nice MQTT library that can send and receive messages with a very low overhead. It's very nice to work with. So this is the current state of the friend. And in operation, the little cable, as you can see, would probably be a lot longer because it would have to dangle. It may have to dangle into a cabinet with film in it, but that's essentially how it would look. And also there would be a battery on the side, like it would have its own battery and not really a USB cable, but otherwise than that, it's basically complete. And what it can do now, it can enter a configuration mode to calibrate the sensor. It will take like 24 hours to burn the sensor into a new environment where it gets a feel of what the ambient CO2 and ambient volatile organic compound composure of the general atmosphere is. It can talk to the internet to set the time, because the ESP processor has no real-time clock. So like, you know, when you shut your laptop down and you turn it back on, and there's like a little clock in your laptop that has a little battery associated with it, like a wristwatch, that keeps enough time so the machine knows what time as it boots up. And that does not exist for microcontrollers generally. Can take sensor readings with arbitrary periodicity. That is to say, I have it right now, every minute it takes a reading of the sensor. And since I'm working at home, I don't have access. Yeah, that's a wristwatch. God damn it. I don't have access to an actual archives with actual decaying film. So embarrassingly, I will put the sensor in my armpit, which has a lot of volatile organic chemicals, or in my hands or something like that, to see the number sort of fluctuate. And it will report the level of VOC. And on that display, you saw, this is, I believe, parts per billion, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's a relative reading. What it will do soon is display a line graph of VOC over time, so like a little spark graph. Flashlights or make noises, because making noises and flashing lights is fun and be annoying if the VOC is over a certain level. So if you're walking by and you see the thing blinking, and like, oh, maybe I should check to make sure it's not a false alarm. Send a message over that MQTT protocol, and that can tie into any number of things. You could tie it into your existing chat service or have it on a web page or something like that. So you wouldn't have to go and physically check the display to see what the VOC level was. And also send a warning when its battery is getting low, because it could, thanks to the e-ink screen, run for many, many months, but eventually you'd have to charge it. Lessons learned from this. Pandemics are terrible. Writing is hard. I'm a bad academic, and I should set realistic expectations for myself. Those are lessons that I learned. Anyway, any questions? I hope I'm right at the end. I'm very sorry that the slides were weird in the beginning, so I'm glad that, thank you for helping me sort that out. Anyway, questions? And I can't hear anybody if anyone's talking. You can drop it in the chat.
Thanks, John. Do you hear me?
I really can't hear.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yes. Did I look into Archive's HVAC systems? I did look. There's a couple devices that are standalone, and I have not seen anything that I could interface specifically with an HVAC that didn't cost an awful lot of money. Now, I didn't talk about the cost section of this, but all out, it would be about 60 or 70 Canadian dollars, maybe a little bit more, but much less than 100. And the one solution I saw that was off the shelf from a commercial provider was somewhere in the order of 300 to 400 and didn't do everything that I had. But that's a great question. I don't know about if there's existing network aware big HVAC systems, but that's very good, and I should have looked into that. Thank you, Alana. Anybody else?
I'm not seeing any other questions. I don't know if John can hear me.
All I got. I'm happy to talk with this offline with other folks or after the conference and get more into it if you like. And I'm sorry I was a little rushed there, but thank you for your attention. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much, John. Our next presentation is pre-recorded. It's called Open Education Alberta, Creating Shared Provincial Infrastructure from the Ground Up. And our presenters are Christy Hurrell, Jessica Norman, Michelle Bradley, and Callan Jensen. So while the presentation is...
Sorry, just give me a second. I was snoozing there.
Okay, I will read the bios. Christy Hurrell is a librarian at the University of Calgary, where she supports campus initiatives around open access, scholarly communications, open education, and digital scholarship. Jessica Norman is the OER librarian at SAIT Polytechnic in Calgary, where she promotes open education resources as opportunities for diversity, engagement, and accessibility for our learners. Michelle Braley is a librarian on the library publishing and digital production team at the University of Alberta Library. Her role supports open access journal publishing, digitization, and she is the service manager for their open education publishing program. And Callan Jensen has worked as a librarian at NATE for almost 10 years. Her professional interests are in the area of OER, digital repositories, and online learning modules. And I see the presentation is up, so take it away. Take it away, girls.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Christy Hurl, and I'm here with my co-presenters, Michelle Braley, Kaylin Jensen, and Jessica Norman, and we're presenting on behalf of the Open Education Alberta Working Group. We're presenting to you today from both Calgary and Edmonton and Alberta, and so we would like to acknowledge the land upon which we live, work, and learn. So I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in Southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy, comprising the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai First Nations, as well as the Tsuut'ina First Nation and the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3.
We honor and acknowledge that the land on which we learn, work, and live is Treaty 6 territory. The place is a traditional homeland for the First Nations and Métis people, and today we are all part of this treaty land. The traditional name of this place is Amiskwachie Waskagan, which we call the City of Edmonton. There is a long history that has brought us to be on this land. We seek to learn from that history and the lessons that have come before us, and to draw on the wisdom of the First Peoples in Canada who have lived on this land from time immemorial. Through this land acknowledgement, we have an opportunity and responsibility to reflect on the impacts of colonialism, historically and currently. Only through learning can we move forward in truth and reconciliation and to a better future together.
Thanks. So the four of us that are here today represent members of the Open Education Alberta Steering Committee, but we haven't done all of this work alone. So we would like to acknowledge our colleagues on the Open Education Alberta Working Group, as well as colleagues at our home institutions who help support this work. So just to provide you with a little bit of background about Open Education Alberta, what it is a grassroots initiative to provide open educational resource infrastructure in Alberta, and to provide Pressbook software for post-secondary education institutions here in Alberta. The goal is to ensure that open textbooks and other learning materials created by member institutions will be widely available and preserved long-term. We are lucky to have University of Alberta Libraries hosting our Pressbook software and provisioning accounts for all parties. And we have institutional representatives from each participating post-secondary institution that coordinates projects for their respective institutions. And those representatives also provide consultation and support using a variety of different models. And we'll talk about models at each of our institutions a little bit later in this presentation. So to think about the history of Open Education Alberta, we're quite new. And the reason that we came into existence was really because the province of Alberta has not had consistent provincial funding to support open educational resources. So as you'll all know, because education is a provincial jurisdiction, there's been quite uneven support of OER infrastructure across Canada, with some provinces having significant provincial government investment and other provinces not so much. So in 2018, a very grassroots group of librarians and educational technologists came together from a variety of different post-secondary institutions. And our goal was to create sustainable technology infrastructure to support open educational resources created in the province. We didn't want to have every post-secondary in Alberta reinventing the wheel, or spinning up instances of the same or similar software at various places. and also share expertise and infrastructure between post-secondaries in the province. So some institutions are quite large and have a lot of specialized staff and skills to support infrastructure like this, and others are very small and may not. And so the idea of having a shared network was really appealing for those reasons. We are very lucky that the University of Alberta Libraries took the lead in hosting an instance of Pressbooks. Pressbooks seemed like the best choice for a single technology infrastructure instance to support OERs. It's very widely used across the sector, and using Pressbooks allows our member institutions to adopt and adapt existing works out there. So that software is hosted by University of Alberta Libraries, and Open Education Alberta was formally launched in 2020, so just a couple of years after we sort of had this brainchild of an idea. So it's been quite a quick process. And just to provide you with a little bit of context about how the governance and logistics for Open Education Alberta works, is we have a steering committee. So the four of us in this room represent 4 out of 5 members of that steering committee. This opportunity is open to all institutional contacts participating in the shared Pressbooks platform. Up to 5 individuals serve on the committee, and our role is to oversee strategic planning and facilitate information sharing and progress reporting between participating institutions. The steering committee also brings together the whole provincial committee twice a year. The provincial committee is comprised of the steering committee plus the institutional representative from each participating institution. This larger group meets to share information and work on strategic initiatives of mutual interest. And then moving down the page, the University of Alberta Libraries hosts our Pressbooks instance and provides administrative support for the program, including provisioning accounts, providing technical support and troubleshooting, and interfacing with institutional representatives. University of Alberta Libraries has developed a collaboration agreement that is signed by representatives at the University of Alberta Libraries and at each participating institution. So that document covers the rights and responsibilities of both parties, including technical upgrades and maintenance, distribution, and issues around copyright, permissions, and licensing. Each participating institution has one representative that sits on the Open Education Alberta. Representatives oversee the workflow for provisioning accounts, developing collaboration agreements, and providing consultation to OER creators at their respective institutions. So we'll talk a little bit more about how that has played out at a variety of institutions. But next, I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to talk a little bit about the administrative workflow at the University of Alberta Libraries.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Christy. So furthering what Christy has just highlighted about how the program works, I know the writing in this diagram is probably not very visible on the slide, but what I do want to highlight is the color of the boxes. The yellow boxes are the points in our processes that decisions or action points are part of a local service model from an institution. And the blue boxes are the points where institutional workflows interact with me as the service manager for our Pressbooks. So other than some technical processes that I'll talk more about in the next slide, each institution creates and manages a program that is appropriate for their institutional needs. So looking specifically now on the next slide, my role as the Pressbooks service manager for my institution and the Pressbooks infrastructure for all of Open Education Alberta in terms of administering Pressbooks. So Pressbooks runs on a WordPress platform, and the Pressbooks development team releases frequent upgrades. So in 2020, there was 22 upgrades to our Pressbooks platform. These are not usually major in that they don't dramatically change the interface for our users. So it's pretty easy and quick for us to discreetly roll out these upgrades. The main requirement from my end is testing each of the upgrades in a test environment and then rolling it out publicly. But due to our overlapping service models that you saw in that diagram, between us and other institutions, it does add a layer of complexity to support users through communication of services and service disruption. As a team, we've had some trial and error with how to approach this. We try as much as possible to have a frontline contact as the main institutional support, but we realize that this can be problematic during a service disruption because it adds an extra layer of communication. And it relies on 2 people to see a message to report an issue or 2 layers to troubleshoot something. That can be cumbersome. So to combat this, we've tried to share a more generic email more broadly. So there's a 3rd option for communication, but luckily we haven't had a critical event in quite some time. So this process still might be in refinement, particularly as the service grows. For service development, things like plugins and support and review of new Pressbooks features is another thing that's managed at a global level, because these often need to be installed and managed for the whole instance. So feature reviews need to be completed for having a full view of the full service. And then, as already mentioned, the day-to-day activities like account creation, book creation, and publishing content to the public interface is also something that needs to be managed at the global network level. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide more details about this decision and this process during the question period, but due to time constraints, I'll leave it at that for now.
Thanks, Michelle. So to follow up on what Michelle commented on, in her model, there was a local service model spot in her flowchart. So I thought what might be useful for some folks is to see what the local service model might look like at a mid-size or smaller institution. So I'm at a polytechnic here in Alberta, and I'm currently the OER librarian, the only person on campus directly tasked with working with these type of projects. And on the screen, you see a workflow that I developed at the very beginning of our program, well before we had Pressbooks as an option. The primary the primary audience for this particular piece is the potential authors at SAIT, as well as our administration. This allows folks who are interested in these projects or will be supporting projects to understand the true scope of the work that's needed to be done, as well as the type of technology supports that needed to be built into our process and the gaps that we might have at that time. So for example, this allowed me to have a very clear set of discussions with our IT and our some of our other departments about support areas in the development of appropriate media, locating a publishing platform, which ultimately we were happy to join the Open Education Alberta Consortium to have access to Pressbooks, and then finally looking for an institutional repository, which is still a work in progress for us. But overall, this allows me to have a more clear conversation with folks that are looking to do work in OER, so those potential authors, but also to talk with my administration and with managers about how they support this program in general and authors directly at our institution. It's been a very successful tool.
So on the screen is an abbreviated run-through of NAIT Library's OER 101 module as created in RISE Articulate. As NAIT has limited staff dedicated to supporting the adaptation and creation of OERs, we have put our initial efforts in creating self-paced modules to educate interested parties about OERs, the Creative Commons, the benefits of OER adoption, and how to get started with Pressbooks. The module is interactive and easily updated. When a faculty member expresses interest in OERs, the module is the first place they are directed to before scheduling an appointment with the school librarian to conduct a scan of OERs on related topics of their interest. NAIT is still in the beginning phases of OER creation. The use and support of OERs is largely concentrated in pockets of health sciences and in continuing education, although there are other champions spread out across the institutions, and we are hoping that this certainly grows in the future.
So at the University of Calgary, we've been taking a team approach to supporting OER development. Our team is comprised of myself, so sort of the functional specialist with expertise in scholarly communications, Creative Commons licensing, and that sort of thing. And then I'm joined by some colleagues from various liaison areas who bring subject expertise, and some of them have real expertise in open resources as well. We were lucky to have an LIS co-op student join us this past summer. And so as a team, our activities have involved connecting eager instructors with Pressbooks accounts, doing some consulting and training with them. And a lot of that has been around which repository is the right home for whatever resource that you have already created or in the process of creating or are thinking about creating. Our co-op student did a scan of high enrollment undergraduate courses and did targeted outreach to those courses that were using commercial textbooks, asking if they could provide some assistance with matching their syllabus to open or lower cost resources. We have a regular workshop that we offer approximately once a month. That's sort of an OER 101 type session, promoting the Pressbooks service as well as other supports that are offered through the library and other partners on campus. And we're currently in the middle of a four workshop scaffolded series that is designed to build more in-depth skills among instructors or others on campus who want to create their own OERs or adapt existing ones. There is funding to support this work on our campus that is available through a granting program administered by our Teaching and Learning Center. And the funding actually comes from our student union. So they've been a wonderful partner as well in advancing this work. So just to sum up some of the progress that Open Education Alberta has made since 2018 is we started out with 5 post-secondary institutions in Alberta, and we now have membership from 12 institutions in Alberta. So quite significant growth from all sectors of our post-secondary education system, from polytechnics, colleges, undergrad universities, and research-intensive universities. There are 25 OERs published already in our OEA catalog, which you can access online, and many more in progress. And members of OEA are actively sharing best practices, troubles, tips, and information between member institutions. So we've already tackled things like workflow, talking about accessibility requirements or recommendations, and outreach and training ideas. So it's been a really helpful way to connect across the province and share resources and best practices. If you are interested about more information about Open Education Alberta, we will post some links in the chat so that you can read more about the program, look at our collaboration agreement to see what it covers, and also take a look more closely at Jessica's very lovely workflow document if you're interested. So thank you very much. We'll be happy to take questions now, and feel free to contact any of us directly, or if you want to get in touch with Open Education Alberta, to use this generic email address as well.
Thanks so much for the presentation and for those links as well. I believe all 4 presenters are here if anyone has any questions. I'm not seeing any, sorry, in the Q&A or the documents. Is there anything that you wanted to add that didn't quite make it into the pre-recorded talk?
I don't think so. I think if there are other post-secondaries in Alberta that are interested to join our group, please reach out to that generic email address. But otherwise, I think we covered most of it.
Awesome. Well, thank you again for the talk and for the links in the chat. And I think the presenters would love to hear from anyone else who's interested in their project or particularly OERs in Alberta. Next up, we have another break. So we are going to get back to part 2 of Alex's shenanigans with Splurge. So without further ado, I'll swing it over to Alex, and I believe we're back here around the top of the hour, so that's noon Pacific, but the top of whatever hour it is for anyone in a different time zone.
Thanks, Amy. Really appreciate it. So I've had what I would describe as a fairly transformative hour and a half. It changed me. I'm not the same person I was 90 minutes ago. My feelings about technology, about libraries, about software, they're all changing very rapidly. I can't keep up with myself anymore. I've been having a lot of thoughts about the Postal Service. Not too sure where I land on that one, but let me tell you, I'm not the man I was. So let's recount what you've done to me. All right, I'm gonna. I have these new, I don't really want to touch the keyboard with my hands. I have these arthritis gloves I'm going to be wearing just to be totally safe and secure. Just feeling a little bit cautious, in all new ways. Hope that's exciting for everybody else. It certainly is exciting to me. All right, here we go. I think I'm ready to delve in. Now, let me just get some of this errata out of the way. These are some notes that I took during my journey. Just gonna get some of these out of the way here. Got to get back to the very important work of cooking lentils, which are a staple food that you should all be investing in right now. Okay, learning Perl, and hello, Mr. Police. Now then, so Library Box, had to go with that one. Was eagerly reading the README and so on. Got to the point where they only support a certain set of router models that were mostly manufactured in about 2010. And after reading this bit about after 20 minutes of LEDs flashing, I thought about the last time my wife threatened to divorce me. It involved a router. And I think we're probably not going to be doing that one. I can't get into it, unfortunately, but just pretend Library Box is no longer on the table. Okay, so let's take that one aside. Oh boy. Lentil, as foregrounded, the Instagram APIs that I use for Lentil, they don't really exist anymore. I had a brief look at changing the Lentil code to use the newer Instagram API. But then I remembered I don't have an Instagram account, and that would have, taken a lot of objection from me personally. I would have had to sign up for a lot of Facebook stuff, and that's not really the mindset, as you can see from this face right now. So we weren't going to go too much closer to the Lentil side of the house. Lentil didn't really want to work out for me. I did take some time still trying to set up Rails. I built a bunch of old Rails libraries. I installed a bunch of build tools. One of them was called Emojimmy. Not sure if that's supposed to be pronounced Emoji Jimmy or Emotional Jimmy. But I didn't want to know at that point. I don't want to know anything about Jimmy, and I might never again. There was also an OJ and OJ Mimic. The juice is loose. Go Bills. Okay. So we decided not to do anything more with Ruby or with Instagram. We're going to get that out of the way. And that takes us back to our old pal Splurge. And whoo boy, folks, I was awful excited to get to splurging. I did briefly look into how to run Perl. This is a nice normal Stack Overflow question. Seems like something that a regular person would ask. How can I start an interactive console for Perl? The most popular answer was you can use org babel in Emacs. That was when I had to go down and get the sunglasses. I just realized I couldn't really look at my computer screen anymore the same way. That wasn't going to work out for me. But I persevered. I found some of the initial Splurge design documents from the presentations that were given on Splurge back in the day, talking about basically their like problem solving card sort session. Thought that was super neat. And then I realized that there was actually a newer GitHub repository for Splurge. And wouldn't you know it, they actually ported it out of Perl to Python. I love that I did not know this 90 minutes ago. I feel that my day could not possibly have gone any better had I known from the start. Sometimes you just have to laugh. So, you know, intrepid me, I've taken my knocks, I've been dunked in my tank, and I decided, let's see if I can get Splurge running on one of my demo servers. Fun fact, by the way, one of my demo servers that I host with is called Dukakis.ca. That's named for Mr. Michael Dukakis. You can see a painting of him right behind me over here. He ran for president in 1988, did a very, very bad job with a photo op in a tank. Big Dukakis fan over here. And so, lo and behold, if you go to, and this is a weird URL, gadio.dukakis.ca/splurge_service, you can refresh that page right now. And you know what you're going to see? You're going to see welcome to Splurge. We did it, folks. We are splurging. That's right. We are going to cast off our fear. No more fear. No more fear. Cast it away. Cast off our fear. Woo! We love the computer again. We love it, folks. Okay, so Splurge works. We no longer have to hide. Gonna cancel the orders I put in for some prefab sheds that would have been nice to spend some time in. Welcome to Splurge. Woo! All right. Here's the URL for anybody wanting to verify that I haven't mocked this up. Now, here's the thing. I got this far. I was awfully chuffed. I didn't really want to risk not having something to show. So when I got to this part that says available institutions bupkis, I didn't necessarily want to mess with it and try loading data in on the off chance that I break something. But I have for you a live demo of me attempting to load in what I am pretty sure is the test data for Splurge. So here I go. Okay, this is ride or die. This is slow. This is furious. Did not work. Great. Okay, love it. Let me, oh, wait a second. I just have to export an environment variable. I can do that. They can't stop us, folks. Let me see. Where is the GitHub? Okay, here it is. All right. That's okay. It's okay to make mistakes in life as in Splurge. Bam. Okay. I think we got some data in Splurge. It's my first time seeing it. Available institutions, one test. Can you smell that? That is the smell of victory. Right now, that lingering sulfuric odor, that's not a gas leak. That's victory. That's a tremendous victory that we've all had today in installing old accessed software. So everybody, I do want to thank you for putting up with me. Every year they tell me that I can do the breaks, and every year I try to talk them out of it, but to no avail. I do want to really thank my fellow organizers, all of whom did a lot more important work than I have. James has been wonderful, very, very patient. Shannon's been terrific, super on top of stuff. I think she did the most between meetings by far. Tim was great. Rebecca's, Dowson, and Dixon, double the Rebecca's, double the organizing. Cynthia's been great despite being out of libraries, has also been really supportive. Adrian's been hilarious, wonderful at doing all the swag. Eka has been on top of where everyone is supposed to be, and without which we would be completely lost. And Scott gave us some money, which we're really happy about. I love money, and I especially love being able to organize conferences on a more than shoestring budget. So seriously, everyone, thanks. I hope this was fun. I hope this was informative. I did sort of have initial aspirations to sort of draw attention to like the history of this conference and talk about like how all these variously mothballed projects that we've done like really do add a lot, I feel like, to us as a community and to our understanding of the technical space. And even though like on the one hand, it's fun to watch me suffer through software that doesn't work right, and I was concerned that there might be an element of like, look at this deprecated software, we're making fun of it when I set this session up. I really wanted to talk about it as though like we've done a lot here, and we've tried to meet the tech world where it's at in various ways and steer it along our own values. And the results are actually really neat. And I'd encourage anybody who can, spare a moment to navigate the old Access proceedings, just go take a look. You might be inspired to do something new on that basis. So thank you so much. This is me saying good night and good luck with all of your future splurge needs. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. That was great. I like Rebecca's comment in the chat. She says, I actually like this as a low-key software preservation exploration. 10 out of 10 would watch again. Back to our regularly scheduled presentations. We have next up is Megan Bresnahan, who is the Life Sciences and Agricultural Librarian at the University of New Hampshire Library. And her past work has focused on emerging services for scholarly communication and research data management in libraries, and developing practical user-centered learning opportunities to help subject librarians provide support in these areas. And her presentation has the intriguing title of Power, Porn, and Surveillance, a Student-Centered Analysis of Library Use Policies. Take it away, Megan.
Hello, everyone. I'm just delighted to have you join me today for my presentation, Power, Porn, and Surveillance, a Student-Centered Analysis of Library Use Policies or Codes of Conduct. My name is Megan Bresnahan, and I'm a librarian at the University of New Hampshire. And I wanted to start today by taking a moment to share my institution's land acknowledgement. And even though we're meeting virtually, I'd like to recognize the hardships that the Pennacook, Abenaki, and Wabanaki peoples continue to endure after the loss of their unceded homelands. So an outline for my presentation today, just quickly, I'm going to share some background and talk about my research question, my methods, findings, and finally get into the dominant discourses that emerged as a result of my analysis. So what is a code of conduct? These are policies that define what people who use libraries are allowed to do in our spaces and serve as rules of enforcement. They are outward messages to our users that set expectations for their behaviors, and sometimes on rare occasions actually explore the rights users have when they use academic library spaces to learn and work as well. So in terms of technology and systems, codes of conduct, as I will detail a little bit further in my presentation, often cover the use of technology spaces and tools, online content, and privacy or lack thereof, and monitoring academic spaces. My title, Power, meaning outlets, but with an intentional double meaning, pornography and surveillance, is a spoiler into some of the technology-related themes that emerged in this study. My research question is, what dominant discourses about students are represented in policies governing the use of academic library spaces or codes of conduct? So for my sample, I looked at flagship state public universities in the United States, and I found I searched the library websites at those institutions to identify whether or not they had a publicly available code of conduct for the library, and 31 of those institutions did, and those were included in this sample. So policy discourse analysis is the qualitative method that I used for this study. And the core of this method is that it allows one to identify what are referred to as dominant discourses in policies. So a discourse is the language, thoughts, or images that produce meaning in a communication. And a discourse becomes dominant when it is reproduced through common language, policies, structures, or practices used by a particular group. So in this case, libraries or librarians. Understanding a dominant discourse can provide important clues about that group's social values. More practically, the phases of using this methodology include these 5 steps, where you review the documents, create initial codes, review them again, develop a code book, review them again, and you start to organize all of your codes into grouped themes, and then finally identify dominant discourses. So my findings. The majority of these documents were titled Code of Conduct, but here on this slide are some other titles that I found. On average, the documents were 3 pages long, single space, but there was one that was as long as 12 pages. Most of the documents included a preamble, which was sort of a pretext that described what the purpose of the policy was. Interestingly, the tone of these preambles was very different than the body of the text. They tended to be more aspirational and positive. I just included a couple of representative quotes from different codes. So here's one stating that not essential, that you cannot bring belongings not essential to the research undertaking. It's quite obvious that we have very different opinions about cell phones usage in the library. I thought that one was funny. So through my phased analysis, I identified 41 thematic codes that make up my code book. The most common themes are included above. And then those themes, again, as part of the process, were grouped into broader categories. And those categories include action and behaviors, prohibited things, library spaces, and freedom of speech and expression. To uncover the use of punitive language in particular, I also searched for words like prohibited, not allowed in the text of the documents. And those words appeared in 27 of the 31 documents, a total of 188 times. One document, an outlier, used these terms 33 times, despite being only 3 pages long. I won't get into this too much, but I just wanted to share some of the subcategories in each of those themes that related to technology and systems librarianship. So you see things about the use of library property or technology, viewing explicit content, sharing access privileges, watching television, hilariously. This was a category I struggled to name, but these are some prohibited things. In library spaces, lots of rules around computers and technology, security and surveillance, outlets, plugs, and cords, which I'm sure will be no surprise to you all. And then, of course, some mention in these policies of copyright restrictions, free speech and expression, and censorship. So now I'm going to get into my dominant discourses. So as a reminder, the point of identifying the dominant discourse is to challenge policymakers to imagine alternative discourses. And so I will point out some of my ideas around those in a moment. But a big conclusion overall for me is that many of these codes of conduct had become summaries of problem logs in the library. So students are unplugging computers, for example. Now there's a rule that you can't unplug computers in the library. And I started to think that our problem logs should be treated more like usability studies, where the data is used to support decision-making and resource allocation or requests for funding, rather than going into those problem logs and showing up in our policies. So, how can that data be used to, in our case, request more funding from campus to install more outlets? So the first discourse that I want to point out is a real emphasis on the operational priorities of the library over the needs of users. These documents tend to be a laundry list of what users of library spaces are prohibited from doing. The documents communicate how policy makers are regulating library spaces, and really the sort of way students are talked about is through the lens of deficit and adultism. Really reveals that students are seen as being irresponsible and requiring supervision. So for example, several documents, 26% prohibit library users from bringing appliances into the library, including microwaves, refrigerators, hot plates, space heaters, and coffee pots. So I'd like to look a little more at that particular example as an alternative discourse, which would focus on user centricity and usability. So instead of adding small appliances to what becomes a can't do list in this policy, an alternative user-centered care-based discourse would be to ask in the development of this policy, why are students bringing these items into the library? What needs are not being met by the library or campus spaces? And are there low stakes, inexpensive solutions that would increase student comfort, well-being and belonging in our spaces? More simply, can we give students access to kitchen spaces so that they can, eat the food that they bring from home that they want to eat? The next related discourse that emerged, it relates to sort of curtailing students' ability to meet their basic needs: sleeping, eating, safety, bathing. The tone of many of the policies really communicates that we don't trust you to eat in the library. We don't trust you to wash up in the library. We don't trust you to be responsible for your belongings. So why is this a really big problem to me? I want to talk about something most of you have probably seen before, which is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And the idea is that in order to get to the top of the pyramid, where you're really able to meet your academic and learning needs, you need to sort of have these foundational needs met. So many codes of conduct prohibit people who use the library from meeting their basic needs and expect users to have already found ways to satisfy the base of the pyramid here outside of the library. The students who will be most in need of support at the bottom of the pyramid will certainly be those individuals with fewer resources, less access to wealth, and limited social capital in academic spaces. So when codes of conduct focus on things that users cannot do in library spaces, it's possible that libraries are really missing an opportunity, in my opinion, to support students in overcoming immediate barriers to academic success. And here, the policy discourses reveal that one piece of how academic spaces may sort of reinforce and create achievement disparities among students, unfortunately. So, the alternative discourse that should be explored here is how can we say to students, rather, that you belong here and that we care and we have a genuine commitment to student well-being and success. So the last discourse that I want to dig into is around exclusion, enforcement, and surveillance. So illegal pornography is explicitly prohibited in many of the codes of conduct. However, the texts seem to really shy away from addressing how viewing legal sexual content in a visible shared space may impact others, particularly women, I think, who are frequently subject to degradation and hostility in this content. The codes of conduct, library policymakers, I think, have overlooked the community and social impacts related to how they choose to address the issue of harassment in many cases. So while most policies state that they prohibit harassment, only one code of conduct went so far as to qualify harassment as related to race or other identities. Some documents, as another example, prohibited bathing in restrooms without acknowledging the needs of Muslim students who may need to access foot bathing stations, and disproportionately here impacting students who are already marginalized in Western higher education environments. And in general, there were a lot of really vague statements in the documents that concerned me in terms of how they would then be enforced. So things like behavior that interferes with the normal use of libraries is not allowed. Committing or participating in other activities not listed that are inconsistent with library activities. General disruption, rowdiness, acting in a disorderly way. So very subjective descriptors, which would then leave decisions about whether a code of conduct has been violated and what steps to take to enforce the rules to the interpretation of library workers. And that assumes that individuals will apply a policy or interpret a behavior in a neutral way. So in a socio-political environment where the rules of crime and punishment are applied inequitably, library policymakers really cannot expect that our policies and their enforcement will not be subject to these same biases. And finally, I want to address a bit about surveillance. Many of these documents read more like policies of campus police departments than the library. 2 codes of conduct stated that violations would be reported and addressed by the university, municipal, or state law enforcement. Library security also came up a lot as well. 1 document discloses that areas of the library may be under video surveillance. Another code goes further. It states all persons on university property must identify themselves. If a university official can reasonably suspect that the person is committing, or is about to commit a crime. Alternative discourse, like how we challenge this, library policymakers must ask themselves who this rhetoric really serves and who it does not. And the intended purpose of codes of conduct is to encourage some behaviors and discourage others. And given the history of racism and exclusion in the library profession, it is at best an unfortunate oversight that these aspects of the policy are not crafted with greater inclusivity and cultural awareness. And really, despite the frequent and recent documentation of bias in the profession, the codes do little to reassure students, particularly students of color, that they will be treated with respect and that the policies will be interpreted fairly in that aspect. So in summary, codes of conduct tend to be really mean and punitive, and I don't think they need to be that way. Policies, I think, should really be tools to enact our stated values in the profession and show that we really care about students. Hi, everyone. Sorry about the abrupt ending there. I just wanted to put up my last slide live. I really appreciate your attention today for my presentation. I just want the results of this study are scheduled to be published in college and research libraries next summer, but there is a preprint available if you're interested in learning more about the study at the bit.ly posted on the slide.
Thanks, Megan. That actually was my question of whether it was going to be published anywhere, because that was really fascinating. We have a few minutes for questions. Are there any other questions for Megan? I'm just checking the notes document to see if there's anything there. Have you used this research to make changes to a code of conduct at your library?
So I will say that I was involved in a team that worked on developing a code of conduct at my library, which did not exist prior to, or it was called something else, but it wasn't really publicly posted. So part of this research idea was inspired by I think some of the ways that the code of conduct at my institution didn't become what I wanted it to be. And so I think I was able to make some progress in some ways, but it's still, I was left frustrated and feeling that it wasn't quite what I wanted I wanted it to be. And the original inspiration that made us really realize that we did need a code of conduct in our library that was publicly accessible was related to a public patron was viewing pornography in front of our college age female students regularly, and sort of the hand wringing that I think happens in libraries sometimes about, well, what if he's doing research? He's a pornography researcher. We spend so much time, I feel like, in libraries really worried about, I don't know, like I've heard that so many times at different places that I've worked. And I really thought, well, what about the harm that it's doing sort of in these public spaces? And I don't think we fully had grappled with that. And so I think codes of conduct are one way that we can push a little bit on those boundaries there.
Maybe I missed this when you were going through, but did you find that the majority of the libraries you looked at had code of conducts, or were they kind of hard to find?
They were pretty hard to find. So I only looked at flagship universities. Flagship universities in the US tend to be the land grant institutions and or the institutions in the state that get the most research funding. But yeah, they were hard to find. I would assume that there are many libraries in the sample that do have codes of conduct, but I maybe was unsuccessful in locating them, or they're not publicly posted on websites.
Okay, thank you. I've put the link to Megan's preprint in the chat, so hopefully that makes it more copyable or clickable. Any further questions for Megan? All right, if that's the case, then we will move on to our panel discussion. And our panel presenters are Colleen Bradley Sanders, who is the Associate Professor and Head of Archives and Special Collections at Brooklyn College. She has over 20 years of experience as an archivist, a BA from the University of Colorado, and graduate degrees from the University of South Carolina. Her focus is on expanding access to the collections in her care, in part through selective digitization. Jessica Wagner-Webster is a digital initiatives librarian and assistant professor at Brock College, City University of New York, and she holds graduate degrees in American history and in library and information science from the University of Maryland. Her responsibilities include designing long-term archival preservation and access systems, developing workflows for processing born digital materials, and selecting and digitizing print materials for access. And finally, Annie Tumino is the head of special collections and archives at Queens College, City University of New York. She holds an MLIS from Queens College, City University of New York, and an MS from Maritime College, State University of New York. And their presentation is titled Adapting to a Remote Work Environment, the Story of 3 Urban Libraries and Archives, and it is a pre-recorded panel discussion. Colleen will be present for questions at the end of the talk.
Hello, I'm Associate Professor Colleen Bradley Sanders, Head of Archives and Special Collections at Brooklyn College in New York City. My co-presenters today are Assistant Professor Jessica Wagner-Webster, Digital Initiatives Librarian at Baruch College, and Assistant Professor Annie Tumino, Head of Archives and Special Collections at Queens College. The 3 colleges are part of the City University of New York, also known as CUNY. I'm going to share my screen here. Before we dive into the content, I want to provide a bit of context for the issues we are dealing with as archivists and digital librarians in 3 urban publicly funded libraries in New York City. First, austerity budgets have plagued the CUNY system for years, leading to chronic underfunding that has affected all aspects of the university, from the classroom to facilities to our libraries. Within the CUNY libraries, archives are often perceived as marginal or perhaps less core to the mission than traditional units such as research and instruction. Archives units are understaffed and require an extra level of advocacy to demonstrate our value. Despite these challenges, archives within CUNY libraries still have great collections and big demands from users, including faculty, staff, the administration, outside scholars, and students. We preserve the historical record of our institutions, provide access to unique materials that can't be found elsewhere, offer special opportunities for hands-on learning, and engage in many interdisciplinary collaborations with stakeholders within and outside of the university. In our presentation, we will be talking about several projects that we were able to do despite resource constraints at our colleges. At CUNY, we are always looking for ways to innovate by repurposing tools, software, and staff that we already have to deliver high-quality work in spite of the financial limitations. These projects were well suited to remote work conditions caused by COVID-19 and were our attempt to find ways for work to continue while off-site. In fact, the remote work setup afforded us the opportunity to take a look at projects that often got placed on the back burner during a typical workday on site. Remote work allowed us to build infrastructure, write manuals, standardize workflows, and perform other investments in the smooth running of our departments. At Brooklyn College, we completed a digitization grant and initiated several projects to provide meaningful work for our staff that would also benefit patrons. Before I get into the projects, here's a little background information. In early March 2020, the teaching faculty at Brooklyn College were notified they would be shifting to remote classes and had a week to prepare. But the library and archives were open one day and closed the next. I was able to go into the archives a couple of days after the closure to take or email as much work home as I could. From that day in March 2020 to mid-August of this year, I and my associate archivists each made perhaps 6 to 8 trips to campus to do work that could only be done on site and to bring home more materials. Obtaining permission to do even that much was a difficult process. Other than the conservator, who had weekly access, the remainder of the archive staff did not begin to return to campus until mid-August of this year, and 2 of the part-time staff are still working fully remotely. Including myself and the associate archivist, the Brooklyn College Archives has a staff of 3 part-time employees and 4 full-time employees, one of whom is the conservator. In the fall of 2019, we received a Council on Library and Information Resources grant to digitize over 700 audio and video recordings of the sermons of a longtime local pastor who was a champion for social and economic justice and a co-founder of the Progressive National Baptist Convention with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the mid-1970s, a New Jersey radio station approached Reverend Jones about rebroadcasting his Sunday sermons to a regional audience, and the Bethany Hour was born. The program later became a television broadcast, but the overwhelming majority of our holdings are audio recordings in a variety of formats. By January 2020, the project archivist was able to complete the preliminary metadata work necessary to enable her to ship the recordings to our vendor, Iron Mountain. In February, we received samples for quality control checks, found them to be good, and gave the go-ahead to finish the project. We expected to receive the completed files in early May, but the pandemic delayed this. Iron Mountain did an outstanding job under difficult circumstances and sent the completed files to us in late June of 2020. To make finishing the project even more challenging, the project archivist moved out of New York City that spring to Georgia. Since she was also a part-time staffer for us, while waiting for the sermon files, we had her work on another project that I'll speak about shortly. Once she had the files, she worked on creating the metadata and uploading the files to the college's digital content platform hosted by Illumira. At the end of March this year, we made the collection available to the public. Share the screen here. One of the limitations of the Illumira platform is that we cannot separate different collections other than can be seen on the right of the homepage in the listing of sub-collections. The search function will find your search term in either a title or an abstract. Putting in the term Martin brings up 3 sermons, including No Greater Love. This is a video sermon. And the abstract shows that this sermon is about the death and funeral of Martin Luther King Jr. The episode's from January 27th, 2002. Under the Attachments tab, you see a link, and that is to a PDF of a transcript of the program. The transcripts were not part of the grant deliverables. As we worked on the application and communicated with the Jones family about the project, they offered to contribute some money to it. Since there are almost no paper copies of the sermons in Reverend Jones's papers, I immediately thought of adding sermon transcripts to the collection to make it easier for researchers to study them. I told the family that as we got to the stage of the project where transcripts could be made, we could talk further about a donation. The donation was made last month, and the project archivist for the grant is now working on transcripts funded by the family's donation. When the college shut down last year, I wondered how in the world I'd keep my staff busy. Archival work is very hands-on, even when digitizing content. Well, among other projects, we figured out a way to have people work on the sermon transcriptions from home. One staff member worked out the process for us using YouTube to automatically generate a transcript of an uploaded file, and then how to transfer that transcript to a Word document for editing. She's responsible for doing that for each sermon as it's assigned to a staff member. Our associate archivist created a style sheet and coordinates the assignment of transcripts, while the project archivist adds them to the related recording on Ilimira. The edited transcriptions are checked by yet another staff member. One of Reverend Jones's daughters, Jennifer Jones Austin, has recently republished a book of her father's sermons, God in the Ghetto, A Prophetic Word Revisited, with essays from several notable leaders, including Reverend Al Sharpton and Reverend William J. Barber II. For Mrs. Austin's book launch events, we provided her with clips from 2 of the digitized sermons. One of the clips requested by Mrs. Austin was from the sermon, The Flag and the Cross. We do not have a date for this recording, but it is sometime during Ronald Reagan's presidency. In the sermon, Jones urges the church and all Christians to stop turning a blind eye to the sins of the state, and he mentions the need to pledge allegiance to the cross instead of the flag. Before I play a portion of this clip, I should say that Reverend Jones was noted for his speaking style.
There can be no peaceful coexistence between Christ and Caesar or between church and culture. For coexistence connotes equality, and no man and no system can equal the Christ of God. He fits no pigeonhole. He's too big and too holy to be tied down to any human system. He burst them all asunder. And the church's mission is to the world, to every segment of society. We are called upon by God to plant the cross on every domestic heel. We weren't saved to be off to ourselves in some little corner, celebrating our own selfish concerns. We were not redeemed to be nice people apart from everybody else. The last time I looked at the marching orders, they read, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature."
And
there can be no peaceful
sorry about that. Need to get back to
between Christ and
okay. Sorry about that. In addition to the Ilimira site, researchers can discover and access the sermons in the ATLA, which is American Theological Library Association, the ATLA Digital Library, and from the Archives website. The Archives page has links to the Ilimira page, an example of a sermon with a transcript, and also a link to the finding aid for the entire Jones collection. Sorry about that. Oops, I am sorry about that. I need to do a new share. The papers of the Reverend Jones. You can see the digital files are here on the right. Sorry about that background noise. And the digital files are broken into audio and video files. You can pick a sermon. Let's see, there's this one. And this will take you back to the Ilimira page. Supposedly, there we go. All right. And I'll go back to my sharing. Sorry about this. I'm sorry. Hang on one moment, please. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Here we go. Okay. The collection, the Jones collection is also cataloged in the CUNY catalog and in WorldCat. It seems odd to say this, but COVID-19 actually had a silver lining for our archives. We've initiated projects that would either not have been started or been worked on at a much slower pace due to other demands on our time. As we started the different projects to keep our staff busy and employed, supervisors from other library units asked if we had any work for their part-time staff, mostly students, to do. We've provided work for up to 10 part-time staffers from other units during the past 18 months. On the plus side for the transcription project, which will be ongoing for a while, the library staff will only be partially in person through mid-January 2022, so we have a few more months of remote workers needing something to do from home. Transcript editing is perfectly suited for remote work. The conversion of our finding aids from PDFs and Word documents to the encoded archival description format has been fairly successful, although we have had a couple of problems, which I'll talk about in a minute. As I thought about what work my staff could possibly do at home with nothing from the archives at hand, I hit upon the idea of having the staff convert the finding aids. CUNY uses archive space hosted by Lyrasis, and our project archivist from the CLEAR grant is very familiar with it. Initially, we were going to have her train the staff via Zoom on how to create finding aids in archive space, but she suggested it might be easier if she created the finding aid while staff members could enter the box and folder inventories into an Excel spreadsheet template she could upload to archive space. This turned out to be a perfect solution, especially as we added staff from other library units that were unfamiliar with archives processes and terminology. We held a couple of Zoom trainings and the project archivist was available for questions at any time. The associate archivist managed the assignment of collections to staff, as well as managing assignments for other remote work projects. The problems we had with this project included a couple of people simply not comprehending the Excel template, so they were assigned to other work. One person did not have a computer at home, and in the spring of 2020, the college was focused on getting laptops to students, not staff. So she was assigned to other work, for which I ended up purchasing with my own money a tablet and separate keyboard for her. Although we have several hundred collections, we've only put 54 finding aids online. The reason is that the guides for the remaining collections are poorly written and need to be redone. Lastly, we noticed that the rate of completing the guides was slower than it should have been. We were reluctant to push the employees as we did not know their personal situations with regard to the stresses of the pandemic, particularly throughout 2020. And also, I was not the supervisor for many of the staff working on the archives projects. Another project we had was scanning yearbooks and college bulletins. Reference inquiries frequently require consulting either the college yearbook or the bulletin of classes. People want to know if we have a photo of their relative or need to confirm a course description and title for a job or application to graduate school. Unfortunately, for a couple of reasons, this has been one of our least successful remote projects. The person assigned to scanning yearbooks was unreliable and quite frankly lied to us. She was from another department and in nearly 18 months at 10 hours per week, scanned a total of 3 yearbooks. She was very slow to respond to emails, even from her direct supervisor. When asked about the second group of 3 yearbooks that were sent to her for scanning, she kept saying she was working on them. We received the box back this week and she had never opened it. The scanning of the course bulletins is just as frustrating. The 2 people doing this are the elderly husband and the daughter of a librarian colleague whom they work for in the library. Since February of this year, they have scanned just 2 bulletins and 3 corresponding schedules of classes. As an untenured junior faculty member, I did not feel I could push my colleague to get more work out of her husband and daughter. Collection descriptions project was assigned to one archive staff member. Her job was to create an Excel spreadsheet of our collections with brief descriptions of the content and some subject headings in order for patrons to have a better understanding of what is in a given collection, since most of them are simply named after the creator or donor. For example, the Pamela Tucker Farley papers tells you nothing about the content. The spreadsheet was recently completed and will be put on our webpage very soon. It will also help researchers to see the scope of our collections as we work to revise finding aids so that they can be put into archive space and be even more discoverable. Lastly, the Robert L. Hess Collection. Robert Hess was a former president of Brooklyn College, and his collection on Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa is a mixture of archival documents, photographs, rare books, and artifacts. There is currently no single listing, online or in hard copy, of all the items in the collection. I have long wanted to change this, so when one of my staff, a full-time employee, did not take well to the Finding Aid conversion project, I assigned her one element of the task of creating this single guide to the Hess collection. From an Excel spreadsheet of the book collection, about 3,300 volumes, I wanted her to identify which volumes had been digitized and record the links so that we could provide researchers online access to at least part of the book collection. This work, which started in May, has progressed extremely slowly, and I'm honestly very disappointed. The stress of the pandemic has been very hard on this employee, and I've encouraged her to use sick or annual leave, but she's been reluctant to do so, and I can't force her. I'm hoping that our partial return to work in the office, which began in mid-August, will result in some improvement in productivity for this project. And in conclusion, while not all of our remote projects have progressed as I would have wished, on the whole, I'm pleased with the fact that we made progress in several of them, and we learned some lessons about needing to establish accountability standards for remote work while taking into account the extraordinary effects of the pandemic. We now have written procedures for working with both ArchivesSpace and Elumira. Working remotely gave us the opportunity to step back from our daily routine and think about how we could expand researcher access to the collections and make finding what they needed somewhat easier. Our work is not nearly done, but we've made a good start. And now I'm going to hand it over to Professor Jessica Wagner-Webster of Baruch College.
Hello, my name is Jessica Wagner-Webster. I am going to start by sharing my screen. Okay, all right, and let me set this up briefly for you. Okay. Again, my name is Jessica Wagner-Webster. I am the Digital Initiatives Librarian at Baruch College. This is a highly rated urban school. It's a commuter school. It's a four-year school with a focus on business and public affairs. Our Archives and Special Collections department contains of two librarians right now, myself and an assistant archivist. We also had a head archivist who has recently retired. She retired during the pandemic closure. Prior to my arrival in 2014, there was no position dedicated to digital collections material. People did periodic digital projects, but there was not the infrastructure to consistently do that work. So today I'll be talking about two projects. First is a project to inventory audiovisual materials for digital preservation. And the second is a project to leverage our WordPress build to use it as an access platform for collection exhibits. Right, okay. So first, the first problem is a campus video collection. We have a large collection of recordings generated by campus videographers since the mid-90s. These materials primarily exist on external tapes, external hard drives, discs of various types. They document commencements, special events, guest speakers, and so forth. Some of the more recent ones since 2015 have already been backed up on a server, but the rest have not. At one time, access copies were made of them, and those access copies, which were highly compressed, were placed on external hard drives, and those drives are now quite old. So none of that is particularly good for digital preservation. All those tapes and drives are sitting in filing cabinets, and we estimate that there are 2,000 to 3,000 items in this collection. The even bigger problem is that, in fact, we have no inventory for materials. We had, because of the length of the time this collection was amassed, we've had two ticketing systems that were used to request and track the video projects, and we can't access the information from the old ticketing system. There are some printouts, which you can see here, that have some of that information. They may or may not match the tapes that we have. They have different numbering systems. So we haven't successfully matched up these printouts with the tapes themselves. Most of the time, the only metadata we have is the information written on the tapes themselves. So our plan with this collection has been to complete an inventory of the collection, have a student worker go through and add the label material into a database or spreadsheet. Then when we had a good sense of the types of materials we had and the amount of storage they would require, we would send some or all of them off to be digitized by a vendor. And then ultimately have them cataloged properly and placed into preservation storage. One important thing to note here is that we have no idea how much storage we would need for this project. So as part of the inventory, we were having to estimate storage requirements so that we could make sure we had enough storage to put the digitized materials in when they returned from the vendor. And this storage would have to be sort of earmarked in tandem with the requisition for digitization. Again, we're a small shop, we have limited resources, and we have to do a lot of advanced planning in order to make sure we have enough resources to do the work. So our student got about halfway through inventorying the collection when COVID hit. And our campus closed and no on-site work could resume for nearly 18 months. So what did we do? I was really interested in being prepared to send the tapes off once they were inventoried and have a place to put the digitized materials when they came back. So I wanted to try and estimate how much storage we would need. I knew that the process of acquiring that storage might take a while. So I used the current inventory where it had been left off to try and start extrapolating from that data what material we had, the number of each type of tape, the total number of minutes of recording we had in the material that had been completed through 2008, where our student had left off. I had information from 2015 forward, those items that had already been stored on servers. So I wanted to see if I could figure out trends, how many of each tape type were being generated per year, how that was changing, how many minutes of footage were they generating year over year. I wanted to see if I could extrapolate from that information a trend and sort of make an estimate. Once I sort of started sorting that information and doing that, I did some research into digitization of each format. Now, some of our stuff is already digital. It's on mini DV tapes and things like that. But then we also had quite a bit that were on analog tapes. So in consultation with some audiovisual archivists that I know, I did some research to figure out how to calculate how much storage I should expect each digitized item to require. I found out once I started doing that calculation that we were looking at a huge amount of material of storage required, almost 100 terabytes, which I knew was going to be far more than we were able to support. So next I had to, and that's what this looks like, my little spreadsheet. So then I realized we were going to have to make some decisions. We're going to have to prioritize. And this is where I consulted our collecting policy, and I looked at the inventory that we already had to start categorizing the types of material we had. So I grouped them by content to try and see how much material do we have that are commencements, how much material do we have that are special events, that sort of thing. I also consulted other institutions to find out how they made these determinations. Ultimately, I started to develop a ranking based on file sizes, storage sizes, types of material. For example, I knew that I would want to digitize and preserve all the commencement recordings we had. I identified some high profile speaker series that our college runs and so forth. I also knew that we had a number of recordings of one-off individual class sessions that the professor had requested be recorded. Those were going to be much lower down on the priority list. So at this point, I'm currently finalizing our way to rank each type of collection material by content group, tape type, storage amount, and so forth. Now that we're back on site, we have hired a student to begin completing the inventory. So it will be great once she is able to start that project. Once that is complete, we are going to finalize our storage requisition and send out, and we've completed a template for our vendor RFQ so that we can get that material digitized as soon as possible. So this project allowed us to not lose too much work time. I think having the estimates in place allowed me to have some important conversations with my superiors and the folks in our IT department to sort of figure out what kind of ballpark we needed to establish the storage that we would need for this project. Next, I'm going to talk about our second project, which is about legacy digital exhibits. Now, we have a large array of digital exhibits which showcased materials from our collections and other local institutions. And they told interesting stories about the college, its neighborhood, and its history. For example, one exhibit showed what our college was like in the late 19th century through the eyes of one of our then students, author Upton Sinclair. Another showed what it was like to travel to our campus via subway over the course of CUNY's history, which showcased public transit in New York City over time. These exhibits were widely used, but unfortunately, they were designed using a variety of different software products, which over time started to not be as widely supported. Flash was widely used, for example. In addition, we realized that a lot of the exhibits did not follow our updated accessibility guidelines. So what happened? These were taken down. There was an accessibility audit, and the exhibits, unfortunately for us, were removed. But it gave us the opportunity to get them back up and have them be more accessible and more supportable and more standardized. We wanted to do that without having to entirely redesign them. We were unfortunately really constrained by our circumstances again. We have at Baruch really limited permissions as to what we can post online in terms of web design. We have to work with a developer, but unfortunately our campus web developer is really overstretched, has limited time to work on our projects. So we had tried to use Omeka as our first attempt to get some of these exhibits back up, but unfortunately, because a lot of the modifications we wanted required our web administrator's permission or modifications, we had trouble getting that project done in Omeka. So we were feeling frustrated, and we really wanted to get these lovely exhibits back up. So one thing we did have access to was WordPress. We at Baruch have a special build of WordPress that was created by our campus's Center for Teaching and Learning. And it was initially designed as a support site for students to write and generate their own websites, but it's become really widely used on our campus. And the great things about it for us were that the team that supports blogs at Baruch we found to be really responsive, and it was really accessible to us. It was really, we had the ability to kind of design anything we wanted, make modifications without having to get time on the web developer's calendar. The downside was there's no way to batch import and export metadata that's built into this site, at least that we could see. So because we wanted to make it easy to transition in and out of these exhibits, we wanted to find a way to work around that. So our solution was plugins. There isn't, that we could find, a really good structured metadata import and export plugin that's built for things like library and archives and museum collections. But we did find a plugin called WP All Export, which allows you to export the metadata of media that you've attached to your website into a spreadsheet and review it. Now, this tool only exports metadata. It doesn't import. So we would have to make any changes manually. But these exhibits aren't big. So for us, we decided to take a chance on it because we thought that making the manual changes wouldn't be a problem. And it was a high priority for us to be able to pull structured metadata out of these exhibits in order to be able to have a file of metadata that we could use elsewhere if we needed to, whether that's cataloging or in another exhibit solution down the line. So what did we do exactly? This is what the export utility looks like. You sort of set up a query. There's instructions on what to do, and it generates a spreadsheet for you. And this gives you a variety of different things that you can change. It has file names. It has, you figure out where it's pulling this data from, so you know how you can make those changes on the website and figure out, okay, I'm spelling this in different ways. I'm going to spell it more consistently. I'm going to standardize the language we use for subject tags, whatever it is you decide. And then we made those changes manually onto our metadata. Now, obviously, that's not a permanent and sustainable solution, but I have an update, which I will report at the end. So I will show you briefly what these look like. This is one of our exhibits. It looks pretty nice. It gives some information. We've been allowed, we have a picture from our collection. It has a caption, and when you click on the picture, it gives you a detailed view, the caption, some attribution information, and you can fill this out however you choose. You could even make it a more in-depth cataloging description if you choose to. Here's another. This is the Upton Sinclair exhibit. Obviously, it looks different. You know, this is a blow up of this picture. So we've been really happy with how we've been able to customize this. So we have more exhibits to post. We generated a manual for how we're going to work with this. We also run things through an accessibility checker to make sure we've had alt tags attached, the colors are working properly. And I've just today figured out that we have access to WP All Import now. So we're going to be able to mess around with that and figure out if we can round trip our metadata once we've exported it, made changes, and ingested it again. So I'm excited to figure out if we can do that. So that's it for me. Thank you. I'm going to pass it along to Annie Tumino for our last portion of our presentation.
Hello, thank you, Jessica. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay, there we go. So next up, I'm going to discuss a couple of initiatives that we took on during the COVID-19 pandemic under the circumstances of remote work. And I hope some of these issues will be relatable to other folks in similar situations. So to give a little bit of background, at Queens College Special Collections and Archives, also known as SCA, we like to refer to ourselves as a small but spirited staff. I'm the only full-time staff member. I have, what'd you say, Jessica? Keep going. Oh, can't hear me. That is strange because I
can hear you.
Okay, I think maybe I'll keep going then.
Okay.
If Colleen can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm the only full-time staff member and have faculty status, but the department is supported by 4 part-time staff members, including 2 adjunct archivists and 2 archives assistants. We're usually joined at any given time by 1 or 2 paid interns or graduate fellows, depending on availability of funds. And the unit, because there's a Graduate School of Library and Information Studies at Queens College, our unit kind of serves as a training ground and learning lab for students and recent graduates of this library science program. And that's also my own alma mater. So we're an active unit and we work on all aspects of the archives, from preservation and processing to reference exhibits, oral history projects, programming, and instruction. So in this presentation, I'm going to touch on 2 themes from our period of remote work. The first is enhancing digital access, and the second is improving documentation. So in terms of enhancing digital access, since 2010, SCA had used the Omeka software to provide access to digitized materials and mount digital exhibits. These Omeka sites were self-hosted and kept afloat through a variety of unsustainable measures, which included, at the beginning, a professor from the Library Studies program who actually hosted these sites on a server located in his basement, and then later on a part-time adjunct who single-handedly maintained these sites and the server that they lived on without any support from IT or anyone else in the library. So by the time I started in this position in fall 2018, the sites were really languishing and starting to break down. And shortly after I started, IT said basically that that they would not support Omeka software and that the server that these sites were on could sort of stay up temporarily, but would eventually have to be completely shut down. So given that, I knew that we had to take action on this and figure out a better solution, but I decided not to kind of tackle it too quickly. In my own experience at past positions, deciding on a digital collections management system or platform is a long process. It could take a long time to do research, assess user needs, and advocate for resources. And so I didn't want to rush, and I decided to focus on some other areas of our work first, such as updating our software for creating archival finding aids, creating a 5-year plan for our department, and establishing some community partnerships. But then, of course, when the pandemic hit, we were handicapped by the fact that only a tiny selection of our materials were available online. And what they were available on were these Omeka sites that were really starting to break down. For example, it doesn't even load properly on the Chrome browser. So given all that and the urgency of needing to make things more accessible in a completely remote environment, it seemed like the right time to finally really tackle this problem. We also had a lot more digital files sort of available to share that just weren't on the web. They were sitting on the shared drive at work or in Dropbox. So just as SCA turned to this issue of the digital collections problem, we learned about and were offered the opportunity to participate as a pilot member in a new service offered by the company Ithaka called JSTOR Open Community Collections. And according to Ithaka, their goal in creating this new service was to be able to integrate primary sources and secondary sources in the same scholarly environment. Their pitch is that by joining this initiative, institutions can integrate their special collections on a platform, JSTOR, which is already used by over 80 million scholars and students around the world each year. The collections would be fully accessible, not behind a paywall or isolated on an unknown site. So given our problems keeping our own little sites afloat, this sounded pretty darn good to me at the time. So instead of undertaking an exhaustive search and evaluation of various digital collections management systems or access platforms, which could easily take a year, I decided to go ahead and pilot this partnership with JSTOR right away. Because the library already subscribed to Ithaka's ArtStore shared shelf software, we were able to join this, initiative as a charter member at no extra cost. The process of getting started appeared relatively simple, and we could also help shape the platform through community feedback. So in essence, it seemed like a win-win situation for the immediate term while we kind of kept the door open for researching other options for the longer term. So in terms of the results so far, I would say it's worked out great for Queens College. We have our own branded landing page, which currently hosts 1,036 items across 8 collections. And the front end design, I would say, is aesthetically pleasing. The metadata functionality is pretty robust. The back end has some quirks, but it's relatively easy to figure out how to use if you have familiarity with metadata standards. No programming skills are necessary, and batch uploads of images and metadata work well. Materials are coming up in Google and Google Scholar searches, as well as within the JSTOR platform. And then by having this landing page, we can share that directly with our users, which we do routinely. So I would encourage you to go ahead and check out this site on your own, since I don't have time to take you on the exploring it during this presentation. Okay, so our most popular digital collection by far on the site is our yearbooks, which are accessed routinely by alumni, used for a lot of research requests, and importantly, referenced by the college's Office of Institutional Advancement and Office of Alumni Affairs for their own research and communications as well. And in fact, the college administration was so pleased with the results that they agreed to fund digitization of our commencement records for this site, which was great. On a local scale, our presence in community collections, on a less local scale, our presence in these collections has led to some great publicity. For example, an NPR reporter found our COVID-19 digital collection and interviewed me about it for NPR's Weekend Edition, which airs nationally. We were also contacted by an artist who used a photograph from our Civil Rights Movement photographs collection as the basis of an art project. So those were very encouraging signs. So it remains to be seen whether open community collections will remain a primary solution for us in the years ahead. The platform, of course, is not perfect. Right now, it does not support audiovisual materials, and the OCR search capabilities need to be improved. However, I am pleased with the product so far. The development team has been responsive to requests, has fixed glitches quickly, and they are also developing a digital preservation module or service for which I've served on the advisory committee. Ithaca recently extended the pilot phase for JSTOR Open Community Collections through December 2022, and I'm kind of eagerly anticipating what their business model will actually look like once this kind of charter period ends. The company so far seems to value affordability, open access, and meeting user needs, more so than just looking to make a big profit. So I'm hoping that those values will continue to drive the service, which would make it accessible for smaller and medium-sized institutions to be able to use. In the meantime, it was a great solution for the short term. It's a relief to work with an externally hosted product and not have to continue to fight that uphill battle for in-house resources. Okay, so now I'm going to switch gears and talk about what I'm considering a pandemic opportunity, which I think all three of us have kind of been talking about, different opportunities presented by the pandemic. So this is improving documentation is this theme of this part of the presentation. And while documentation of policies, procedures, and workflows is of course important for any library or archive, I felt it was especially important for STA at Queens College due to the nature of our staff makeup. Because we have this rotating cast of interns, fellows, and part-timers coming in from the library science program, it was difficult. The onboarding and supervisory process is more difficult for me due to lack of documentation. But I had a hard time just getting around to it with the hectic pace of daily work on site. So I also, I wanted to, again, tackle this during this remote period. And I also needed a solution to kind of host and collate all of these documents. Again, before I started, prior staff had actually, on the same site that they server that they had those Omeka sites, they had created a wiki. A lot of that documentation, or almost all of it, had become outdated. And again, that server is going to be shut down. So similarly with JSTOR, the answer lay in kind of adopting some stuff that was already in use at the college. The college did have a contract with Google for Google Drive. And the library had started using SpringShare for products such as LibGuides and for LibWizard, which is something you can create forms with. So we decided to adapt these for our own uses in creating documentation. So the result is the creation of a public knowledge base. And again, I'm not going to take you there right now, but I encourage you to check it out at this bit.ly link. And it includes internally focused guides such as templates, training documents, and processing instructions, as well as public-facing policies and procedures. And by using LibWizard for things that involve forms, such as reproduction requests or publication requests, we were able to totally get rid of these annoying paper forms or non-fillable PDFs to much more easily keep track of metrics and communicate with researchers in a remote setting, and also even communicated with our legal counsel to find out how to kind of do a digital signature that was recognized kind of in a legal way, that they're acknowledging copyright policies and things like that. So in terms of just overarching principles of creating some of this documentation, we were guided by 3 main points. First was we tried to incorporate issues of things like ethical description and theories of archival practice into the documentation, so that it sort of became a chance to reflect on our values and our approaches, not just sort of a means to increase efficiency. Second, we decided to publish, unless it was a security risk, publish almost everything online, which would provide under the hood transparency for how and why we do what we do, and also to serve as a resource for other archives or repositories. And third, it was a collaborative process among staff and colleagues. And so the nice thing about that was that it kind of became a way to tackle some things together during a period when we were otherwise a bit isolated. And it's not to say that everyone contributed equally to decision-making or to making this documentation, but we did incorporate research, sharing ideas and information, and some points of debate into our monthly virtual staff meeting. So these are just a few of the things that we kind of touched on or talked about at various points when creating these guides. Things like the ongoing conversation around inclusive and culturally competent archival description, slow processing versus MPLP, taking into account how our size and the resources we have affects our practices and how we explain that to the public, things like that. So, and again, we try not to weigh down our documents with heavy-handed references to these things, but just to lightly touch on them where possible. So just a few key takeaway points for overall lessons for a small archives shop in an urban public library. One, finding a balance between best practices and good enough practices is important for sanity. 2, where possible, take advantage of technical solutions already supported by the institution. And 3, working on documentation was a way of kind of building camaraderie, again, during a time when we were kind of isolated from each other. So it kind of created a central point around which we could have some discussion and sort of feel more of like a working unit that was doing something together. So with that, that is the end of my presentation. And just going to leave up for a minute that we are very thankful to be able to participate in Access 21, and that all of us will be available over email for any follow-up questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I'm not sure if any of you are here to answer any questions. I'm seeing, oh, there's one.
So yes, I am here. Unfortunately, Annie and Jessica are not able to join us right now.
Was there any questions? I'm not seeing any questions.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end of our day here. I want to thank all our presenters. I'm going to bring up my notes here. I want to thank all our presenters. I also want to thank our volunteer moderators, Christy, Ruby, Amy, and Rebecca. Thank you again to OCLC, who are sponsoring this Friday's Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture, and again to the BC Libraries Cooperative for their operational support. A quick reminder, tomorrow is an unusual day. We don't have formal sessions in the morning. Tim Mubarak will be facilitating the Hackfest, so you'll join us right here, and then we'll manage to direct you to another Zoom meeting where that will be happening. At 10 o'clock, I believe, is the Jekyll workshop, and at 1 o'clock is the regular expression workshop. These are all Pacific times, sorry to everyone in the East. Just a reminder to contribute your ideas to the Hackfest spreadsheet. If someone can paste that in the chat for me, I would appreciate it. There's still some slots for those workshops as well. If you go on Eventbrite, you can leave there's general admission or free admission. You can just ignore that and go down to the Hackfest or the workshops that you want and register. There's lots of slots available. Email will be going out tonight with the connection information. Actually, we'll send out in the morning at the usual time, about 7 in the morning is when I'm sending those out. So go ahead and register on Eventbrite for those. Yep. Anything else I'm missing? Organizing helpers? No? Thank you very much, everyone. And that concludes our main programming. Up next, Alex has a special session on meditation. So he'll be doing that right here. So we'll switch over to him in a minute. Just kind of pause for a minute to get ready for that. So thank you very much.